Alright. So, for tonight, like I promised last night, that I will review this Axe Murder House. In yesterday's stream, I have I still have no comment on like the whole drama thing. Hello, welcome. welcome.
Welcome back. So this is the Villisca Axe Murder House right in Villisca, Iowa. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
this is a different one. I was just explaining about yesterday's stream that I still have no comment of what was going on with the whole Conjuring drama thing. All I can say is that I hope that Jacqueline can stop doing what she's doing, and please, for the love of God, get fucking help. Um, for her whatever shit that she's been doing, but I do still want to shout out Steve and Megan here. This is For The B-oos, obviously. Family members. It's still a little awkward that I know them and that we watch my family members, so it's a little awkward still.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm gonna
So are we?
try.
Yeah. So are we live on YouTube as well, or this is live on
We're
Twitch?
it's only on YouTube. I don't have a Twitch for this channel yet. I mean, I
Okay.
do. I just haven't like been able to do anything
Oh
with it
yeah. No,
quite
no.
yet.
That's what I meant. This is on YouTube right now, so other people can see us.
Yep, they can obviously chat in the side chat and whatnot.
They can talk to us and
Um,
stuff. Okay. Awesome. Awesome.
yep.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna read a few comments here. So my uncle commented on yesterday's video, which I figured he would. He says that there's really never things not going in at the Conjuring house. It's a content gold uh meme right now, which, to be honest with you, he's not wrong. In yesterday's stream, that content that he shared was actually quite entertaining. He's added a few memes of like uh the lady was talking about the owner of Facebook at one point, and he, I guess, put like a little character of Mark Zuckerberg saying like, please stop talking about me, get my name out of your mouth, kind of a thing.
Right.
And he made some kind of a joke. I don't know if you know a SNL character named Stuart, when he's like a grown man, but he's like supposed to have this like little child mind with like just a bunch of blush on his cheeks and whatnot.
Is this a
Um,
is this from a newer SNL or older?
it's an older. He, the only thing I can really say is look what I can do, kind of a thing.
Oh,
Um, I
okay,
can
yeah, I think I might have seen that. Sure.
probably actually what I mean. Um, because it is entertaining. It really is.
Oh yeah.
Close this stupid thing.
So now, are these this video, is it about recent owners to the house, or
That I don't know yet. I think that's what we're gonna find out about what, like, the whole story thing.
All right, cool.
Let's see.
Let's
Stewart.
make sure your volume's up on that too. I see your volume is limited a little bit.
Yeah, I think that was because of something
You know where it is
yesterday.
right there? Yeah, yeah.
No, that's not the one. Stewart.
Or if you want to
SMS.
turn on the if you want to turn on the closed captioning, that helps too.
Oh, I didn't think that there was even closed captions on the. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can
But,
add.
yeah.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, underline it. It has to be in red. You were. Oh, you turned it off. Yeah, just go back here to the closed captioning and make sure it's in red. Underline it. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
it doesn't usually actually help a lot because there's times that closed captions would write things that weren't really actually said.
Uh, well,
Yeah.
it helps me at least be able to. I'm starting to lose
Yeah.
my hearing. I'm sorry, sweetie. I'm just
No,
getting into my
you're
60s. I'm
good.
like, ugh. Like I can barely hear anything nowadays. Ugh. I
Alright,
know.
I'm gonna pull up this little skit here so you can see what I what I mean about this. Um it's quite entertaining.
Okay,
Gotta
okay.
stop sharing this. And then
Whoops.
I don't know what that was, so I wasn't really paying attention.
That was just my beautiful wife enjoying dinner. Oh, yeah, okay. I remember this, Stuart.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So for the people that kind of needs to know,
Passengers rows 25 through 35, rows 25 through 35 now boarding. That's not yours. Don't! That's not yours to play with. Don't! Stuart, that is the property of the airlines and then. Don't! I'm going to ask for that back.
You stop that right now. You give that back.
That is not a toy.
Oh, Stuart, you give that back. Go and give it back.
Let me do it. Can you please help me? Fine.
Look what I can do.
Thank you. Look at the bird.
Yeah, from
Like birds,
Mad
Stuart?
TV. Oh, God.
Look what I can do.
This guy is hilarious.
I love him.
Cotton candy, it's as fun to eat as it is fun to make. It looks like hair and it tastes like wonderfulness.
I'm sorry, Stuart. I can't let you have any cotton candy. Now, I'll let you have something healthy, like peanuts, but you can't have any sugar, okay?
Okay.
Here you go.
Give me some cotton candy, quick!
Okay, Stuart! No, Stuart, give me that! Stuart! Give it.
Oh no, a baby just fell in a pool!
Oh my God, where?
Wait, give me your wallet so it doesn't get wet.
Okay, right.
Yeah, buy more.
I'm buying your whole cart! Get lost! Stuart!
Oh
Stuart,
my
put that
god.
cotton candy down! Put that cotton candy down! That is pure sugar! And pure heaven is more like it. Where is your big brother?
Stuart, there is no baby in that. Oh, Mrs. Burns,
You left this little boy alone in a public park. Do you realize what could have happened to him? Mrs. Burns? Yes. Did you know that you're ugly? Yes, I did. I work for the government.
Wow.
Stuart, you owe me an apology.
No, what I owe you is, look what I can do.
It's important for you to know, Stuart, that, sweetie, it's not your fault, okay? Stuart, that was not very nice.
Say that into the microphone.
Well, if I do, can we be friends then?
I don't know.
Well, then never mind. No, I don't need to be your friend. I'm just gonna sit here and I'll read a magazine.
Then I want to sit here and eat a cookie.
No, Stuart, your mother doesn't want you to have that.
She doesn't have to know.
Stuart, don't putting it on your tongue counts. There's sugar on the outside of that.
It's delicious.
I'm sure it is, but that's all right. That's enough right there. That lick is. Put it down, Stuart. Don't put. Take it out. No, Stuart. Stuart, I'm sorry. Now I'm gonna tell your mother.
What?
Alright. So now that everyone knows who that is now, you would understand as to what Steve put and as to why. So basically the other comment that he has wrote was that he's known who Ben is for years. He and his wife used to have a channel called Lane and Ben, where they faked paranormal videos for views.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty rough right there. That's pretty much on what morally this channel is. I'm clicking on you, excuse me.
That's okay.
I was literally clicking on the video and it's like, nope, I'm not going to. So yeah, that's pretty much of what's going on of what he wrote, and well, like I said, he ain't wrong with a lot of the stuff. I would love to have him back on the channel. That would be really interesting. It would be more interesting if I had him and another person on the live panel at the same time. Now that I'm thinking about it, that would probably be a mistake. Knowing of them both and knowing of, well, the other person who doesn't really know the channel very well might ask some questions that might not be related to the Ghost channel. I don't know. I don't think them both have seen each other in quite a long time, as I have not seen Steve in quite a long time either.
Okay.
So the other person is another family member.
Okay.
Like I said, he doesn't really know much about social media, so it's kind of he's got my main channel. Actually, as a matter of fact, as I'm actually kind of talking about him, not giving a name away, because, well, I like to respect of people's real names, so I'm still keeping his real name out of it.
Okay.
But he goes by, DC Marvel. I'm actually telling him right now that I am live. If he wants to come join, he can't chat because he's having difficulties of actually chatting in YouTube for some weird reason.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's been like that on my main channel too.
Weird.
So I don't know how I can really fix that. The only way I can try to help him is if I'm live here and he's in the same room next to me, and I can see maybe of how to fix it. But since he's like further away from me, I don't know how to fix that. I'm
Yeah,
not being in person.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Um,
if you're ready to do this video, we can listen to it. And do you sometimes occasionally comment on them as they're going? And
yep. So usually when I hear something that I want to like address or kind of say something about it, I would pause the video, unmute, and then
okay,
talk about whatever, and then once that's all done, go back to the video until like there's more stuff.
awesome.
Um,
Okay, yeah,
so
I'll be listening with you. So I'm curious too. Uh, if I remember right, this axe house, I believe, had 7 people killed in it, and they, for whatever reason, they could never explain what it was. It was like the people that got killed in the Amityville house. It's
mm,
from DeFeo, right? We know that. This
mhm.
was similar, but this was yeah, they went at him with an axe. So whoever it was that wiped
Yeah.
out everybody, I can't remember the full story. I should watch it again, but yeah, it's very very frightening.
um,
And the house to this day is completely haunted. Right. It has all the
yeah,
spirits from everyone that died. Yeah.
I think if I remember correctly, there's a song that goes along with the like of how many times the person got smashed with an axe, whatever her name was. I know that there's a street here in Massachusetts I believe along with the house.
Really?
Um,
Wow.
trying to think her freaking name. I think it starts with an A. Might be wrong. Might not be wrong. It's been a long time. It's not scary.
It's been a while for me too with this Villisca. Yeah. But it's not very
Yes.
far. It's Villisca, yeah. But it's not very far from, I think, Des Moines. Am I wrong or right? Is it near Des Moines? One of
Sure.
the major cities in
Sure.
Iowa? I'm not sure. Or it could
I
be
don't know.
close to
He might explain it. So I guess we'll have to find out.
Okay.
So we're
Well, I'm
just
ready.
gonna play
Ready.
it. As you can see here, this is what they sometimes use for their thumbnails. So this is my uncle, and this is his lovely wife, Megan.
Oh, how cute. I like how they have a Ouija board up there. Ooh,
Hey,
freaky.
everybody, and welcome back to For The B-oos.
Talking about the Conjuring house.
That's right.
Welcome back.
Welcome, welcome.
Good one.
Thanks.
We are back. We're gonna do. I don't try to do a lot of well-known locations
Okay.
for the show, just because we'd run out of stuff real fast.
We would. We like the
And
variety as well.
well,
You know.
I think it's a little more fun to learn about lesser-known places, but
Oh, absolutely.
every once in a while, we do like to do a well-known one, and we are going to do a well-known one this week. And this is a very interesting one. I learned some new stuff about it that I maybe didn't know before. And honestly, before we came down here, I was watching something where I learned something totally new about it again.
Awesome.
Well, I mean, there's only one location in Villisca that anybody would associate with paranormal that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
And that is the Villisca Axe Murder House.
Yeah.
And this is a story from over 100 years ago.
So long ago.
That is
So
still
long.
unsolved to this day.
It's crazy.
And we are back, and I thought I would be better by our next one, but now that my sunburn is gone, I'm getting sick
Yay,
because
the back to school icky.
kids are
Yeah, we're gonna jump
back in school. So
Yay.
I'm doing great this year.
Well, before we get into this,
Oh,
babe,
okay.
I just want to say to all of our podcast friends who listen, if anyone listening has never seen last week's episode that we did, my husband, this man right here on the Byberry Mental Hospital episode, did the absolute most amazing video
Thank you.
that
Okay, I do want to point that out. She's not wrong. He was, I think, on that day. Berkeley. So yeah, he actually did a really good job on that video. Mind you, to anybody that wants to go watch that, good luck, because it might either make you vomit or something else. I don't know how high your level is when it comes to hearing like horrifying stuff.
I mean, threshold. Yeah,
Yeah.
I have to say, I'm going to say this because I don't think most people know, but my wife Suzanne is very, uh, she can handle really scary videos. I really can. Um, you know, like channels like this, similar, I would say, Chills is one, Slapped Ham. A lot of these other channels that give you haunted things. She can handle every single one of them. She's never been scared. She's never had nightmares or anything from any of them. I'm proud to say that. Me, on the other hand, I'm pretty tolerable. I mean, I can handle a lot of seeing scary stuff and whatever. But if it's like occasional, I don't know how to say this. Okay, if it's occasional like demonic stuff and stuff that I might have a little bit of a fear of, I will let
Mhm.
people know, hey, I'll watch it, but I'm gonna get but there's gonna be a disclaimer afterwards. You know, it just that's just me. That's just me. But like I said, my beautiful wife here can handle pretty much anything. So whatever she's heard is, and she's good at this. She usually can recommend to me which channels to take a look at, and she'll send them to me because we both have Facebook. So she'll send them to me, and then I'll take a look at it. And we usually what we do is that late at night we listen to creepy pasta. Have you heard
Okay.
creepy pasta? Oh my gosh, those stories are so insane.
They
I have
really.
heard some of the craziest stories, and I know they're true, but I mean, I've heard them,
Mhm.
and I can't, and you're just listening going, wow. Yeah, I don't want to go through that. I want to be there. Yeah, we heard this one about, woods that were scary and nearby, and I've heard of these woods before, but people went into them, didn't come out except for one person, and I'm like, yeah. You won't get me near there. No way.
Yeah.
I know how scary those
There's.
places are.
Oh yeah. I don't know if you might have been. I'm not 100% sure. I've done streams on like Freetown in Massachusetts.
Mm.
That's one of those forests that do not want to go in alone, especially at night.
Oh, please
Um,
don't go in there at night. No, not by yourself.
yeah, no, that's a definite no. During the day maybe, but at night, fuck no. Um,
I
but
just want to give you
for
a heads up on this Villisca Axe House. I
Mhm.
heard that like I said, I've heard that it's haunted. You know it. You know it's haunted. Um,
Right.
but I heard that not even people want to be there when it gets uh in near dusk. When it's near dusk and they close the house down and everything, no one wants to be anywhere near it. Probably, I've heard a lot of people want to be at least 10 miles away from that house. They don't even want to walk there by themselves or even with a few people with them nearby it or anything at nighttime. It's like more dangerous at night than it is during the day. During the day, you hear like noises and things and you can't explain, right? And other things. But I've heard that people don't even want to be near it at nighttime. It's that haunted. So, yeah.
All right. I'll take that as a side note.
Yeah.
So a little bit about the Byberry Hospital, or the fuck you want to call it.
Okay, very.
Um, technically, is like a Philadelphia hospital. It's not a great hospital as you might think. The only way I can sum it up for some people is if you really want to hear every detail, good luck, have fun, go knock yourself out. Uh, not, yeah, it's not like it's demonic or anything
No.
like that. There's any demons. It's more on lines of how the hospital itself gave zero fucks about all their patients.
Right.
Um, there is one person who
Thanks,
I
Vic.
guess I really don't know the actual entire story of this one person, but I feel so bad for him already. Like even though I don't really know much about him, he was like more than okay fine. To where he got sent to this hospital for I don't know what reason,
Mm.
but he went from being more than okay to being insane in the hospital. They
Yeah.
restrained him for at least 3 years. Um, and what this hospital does is that if they restrain you, well, I don't know if it's only just that you're restrained, but you're not being bathed at all whatsoever. You're sitting in a room with your own shit and pee for God knows how long. They don't
Wow.
change their sheets. Um, it's like really disgusting of what they do to people.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's an actual thing that I never thought that there was an actual thing of this until that video. Um, there's on what's called, or I call it the suicide river.
Wow.
Um, it's pretty bad. I think more than 5 people have died in that river. One or two of them committed
Jeez.
suicide. It's really horrible of what they do, and I'm just like, the looks that Megan have made in that video. I'm like, my face exactly. Like, I had the same reaction of what the fuck. Um, I
My
just
Yeah, I was
I,
going to
I
say, my wife and I don't know if we told you this story, but back in Jerome, Arizona, there is a
mhm.
place there called the Jerome Grand Hotel. At one time, it was called the Verde Valley Mental Hospital, and a lot of people died. And
Mm.
one of them was an elevator man. His name was Claude Harvey, and he
Oh, I
ran.
think I know this one actually.
Yes, yes. Now I'll get to that real quick.
Mhm.
So Claude Harvey he was the elevator man, used to run it up and down the stairs or up and down the floors. There's like 3 floors on the hotel. But at the time just a hospital. And what happened was, um, well, first of all, the place was created on an Indian burial site. So a lot of natives died in Arizona, at least over 1,000 from different battles and such. My mother remembered, and when Suzanne and I went there, I had 16 packages of batteries. Every one of them failed. I had one of those digital cameras, and not a single one of these extra batteries we brought with us worked. I tried them all, like tried every little, and it was the correct battery before anybody says anything in the chat. It was the correct battery for the camera, and all 16 failed. Then I get this call out of nowhere. My mother calls me and says, "Where are you guys?" And I said, "Oh, we're at the Jerome Grand." She said, "Did you forget that there was at least over 1,000 Native Americans that died there?" And I said, "Oh my gosh, of course, the native spirits, of course, that haunt the area." I said, "If you get close enough to this place, to their supposed burial ground place, they would have like drained batteries. That's what they do. They just drain any power,
Oh, that makes
electricity,
sense.
everything. So anyway, just getting quick to Claude Harvey. So we took pictures. I was able to take a picture of a Victorian woman, a guy who was smoking a cigar, a spirit that was smoking a cigar.
Mhm.
It got us both sick because there was nobody else in that gift shop that's inside the hotel other than me, my wife, and somebody else who was sitting over there at the cashier spot. That's it.
Mm.
We totally smelled the cigar, everything. It was a spirit, and I took a picture of him with just the smoke trailing. So I got a picture of him. I got a picture of the Victorian woman that was on the stairs, and then I got a picture of Claude Harvey in the elevator itself because it's on the first floor there, and there's a basement level. Now, the one story that happened, and it's on YouTube, Zach Baggins, who does a Ghostbusters type show and lives in Las
Mhm.
Vegas. This man is pure evil. I'm only just going to say that. But anyway, so he and his cameraman go down into a well, a still well that's underneath the elevator itself. Now, the elevator never moves. It's supposed to stay up there in the front, and it's not supposed to move. When he goes down there and starts mocking Claude Harvey because he knows his name and apparently or something, the elevator starts to move by itself. It came this close. I know I'm probably kind of exaggerating it, but it came this close to killing him and his cameraman, and it's on YouTube. Exactly as it happened. They were this close to dying. And Zach almost had his head taken off. That's how Claude died because they have an outline down there in the basement. And sometimes they'll do a ghost tour. We'll have people walk down there and see his outline where Claude died or got murdered, whatever you want to say. And his head was missing when they found his body and he was dead. And I swear, I said if Zach didn't get out of there and this close, he would have been dead and his head would have been chopped off. The elevator went all the way to the bottom where it's supposed to go, but it wasn't supposed to. The thing wasn't even turned on. Nothing was moved. Like, I don't know how else he can explain that. And I was just like I said, the place used to be a mental hospital, just like you were talking about Byberry. Yeah.
Mhm.
And it's completely haunted. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Well, God bless.
Um.
So, yeah, I just wanted to mention that. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. Oh, and
So
there's one
there.
haunted room that's bad too. Yeah, wanted to say that quick too. Yeah.
Oh, all right. If you want to explain like on what that hunter room is, so that maybe no one should go in it.
Right. Well, supposedly what happened was someone hung themselves in this room. I'm not sure. I can't remember the exact room number, but I know it's on the top. I pointed it out to my wife, and you know how I told you my wife is really sensitive.
Mhm.
She can tell when spirits are there. She said, "No, Mikey, you're pointing to the wrong room. Look over here. Look at this room." And I felt it. Then that's when I felt it in because I can feel them. She can see them. I can feel them. So when I felt it, I said, "Oh yeah, it's right there." And that was where someone committed suicide because I guess uh, he lost money or something, and so he died there. And then a lady got killed on that same room. It has a balcony because, like I said, it's on the third floor. So she was on the balcony and supposedly got pushed, got killed. So couple of their spirits, some others are in this room. They say to this day, anybody who stays in that room, they will give them some money if they spend the whole night there. But most people leave after 1 hour of taking that room. They don't stay for more than an hour. They're gone. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah. I don't know why there's certain haunted places like that. I know there's a few places like that on the Queen Mary, and my buddy Larry and his wife actually stayed there one night there, according to what he said,
God.
on the Queen Mary in Long Beach.
Hmm.
That's a haunted ship too. I've been there. I know. Yeah, yeah. I was there with my sister. Yeah, that's haunted. But yeah, let's go ahead and continue with Villisca. Unless you want to say something, hon.
Well, yeah, so before I continue with this axe thing,
Axe
um
thing.
my brain kinda died a little. There is a story that I found on Facebook for
Oh,
some
cool.
odd
All right.
reason.
Yeah.
And this story is actually a real story that I didn't know that it was a real story. It's there's a movie about it apparently. Well, not really apparently. I've watched the freaking movies like so many times, never understood it until I read the whole true story of it.
Yeah. What was the
And
movie?
Caroline.
Oh, Caroline. Yeah. Okay.
So I was thinking after this video, I will go ahead and tell this story of Caroline that is
Okay.
actually based on a very true story. I know the story, and it's very, like, how can I put it? Not terrifying, but like, as to oppose of what the fuck is wrong with people.
Okay. All right.
So I will explain that after this video,
All right.
if anyone actually stays. But let's go ahead and
We
continue.
have ever put out. It has news clips, it has information, it has news articles, and they all pull up on the screen. It's fabulous. So if no one has seen it, please go watch that.
And I'm still
It is
learning.
absolutely worth it.
I'm still learning to edit. You know, it took me 20 hours to do that.
Yeah.
That one. So,
But it was so
but thank
good.
you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It yeah, it'd be nice. Go watch it.
It was so good.
It's an interesting story.
It really is.
It's a wild story. Probably one of the worst ones we've done.
It was rough.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. But Villisca is an unsolved murder
Mhm.
for 100 and I think like 14 years now. And everybody has ideas of who they think it is. But more importantly, some people think it's haunted and other people think it's just a story.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to jump in and find out where we stand on the matter.
Well, I'm excited.
Villisca, Iowa is a small town about an hour away from Omaha, Nebraska, and 2 hours away from Des Moines, Iowa. In the summer of 1912, a family murder shocked this small town of less than 2,000 people and spread fear throughout the homes of Midwest families for years. Now, in Villisca, crimes and violence were almost unthinkable due to its small and relatively safe history. Doors were left unlocked, neighbors were always friendly, and everyone knew everyone in some way or another. This all changed after the horrifically violent deaths of 8 individuals at the home of Josiah and Sarah Moore. These people were pretty well loved. This is small town USA.
Yeah, and they were a staple family in the town.
They were.
From what I remember, yeah.
When Josiah B. Moore was born on the 29th of December in 1868 in Hanover.
That's my sister's birthday.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, I didn't even think about that when I was finding all this information. That's crazy. In Hanover, Joe Davies, Illinois. His father, Charles Clarence Moore, was 36, and his mother, Mary C. Gray, was 27. Now, he went on to marry Sarah Montgomery on the 6th of December, 1899, in Villisca, Montgomery, Iowa. Now, while I couldn't find much in the way of early life of Josiah or his wife, Sarah, we do know that he was a prominent businessman in the area as well as a respected church worker. And by all accounts, the family was well respected and generally liked in the community. And Sarah also worked for the church.
Oh, okay.
So they were part of the community. Everybody knew them, loved them, respected them. There wasn't anybody who didn't know them.
Right.
Like this is, you think, we make comments all the time where you're like, oh, we live in small town America.
We do.
This is 10 times smaller.
Well, yeah, it was also over 100 years ago. So, a lot less people,
I'm
but
just
still
saying.
that small town America feel. And back then religion was huge. So I'm sure just about everyone in this town
religion's still pretty big.
went to
I'd
church.
say.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
It was the
some
Bible.
form of church or another, because
Yeah, it was the Bible
I did read
thumping
things that
Midwest
they were.
at that time.
You want to know
around
what's
the
really
early
weird?
1900s.
I will not get into politics on this show, but humankind these days is like, if you don't believe in what I believe in, you're bad. This is bad. You're an evil person. Apparently, it was not like this back then.
Really?
Even though we were made to believe that, because in this town, Sarah's best friend went to like a Presbyterian church, and she went to like a Methodist church or something. I can't remember. It might come up. I don't remember, and everybody just got along. Nobody cared.
Right.
Nobody cared what church you went to or what you believed in. It's wild. It's crazy to me.
Should still be that.
I feel like it should be more relaxed now.
Absolutely.
Because we've progressed as human beings.
Uh-huh.
Now, Josiah married Sarah Montgomery, and they would get married at the home of Sarah's parents. Josiah and Sarah Moore went on to have 4 children: Herman, Catherine, Boyd, and Paul. Josiah had been a resident of Villisca for 13 years and was employed by Frank Jones at the Jones store for 9 years. And that comes up later, so that's kind of important.
Okay.
Now, this past June marked 112 years since the family of 6 and their 2 visitors were bludgeoned to death in their sleep at home in their Midwest Iowa town. The Villisca Axe Murders is still today one of the most heinous crimes in the state's history.
I believe it. It was so bad.
Now, the brutal crime took place overnight on June 9th, 1912, and the town would never be the same again. It remains unsolved despite years of investigations, multiple grand jury hearings, a slander lawsuit, and a murder trial, according to the Iowa Cold Cases blog. And we got a lot of our information from the actual Iowa Cold Cases.
Oh, wow.
Because I wanted to make sure it was right.
It was true and correct.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure it was right. Now, Josiah, or Joe, as his friends called him, and his wife, Sarah, took their 4 children, Herman, 11, Catherine, 10, Boyd, 7, and 5-year-old Paul, to the Children's Day service at the Presbyterian Church. Accompanying them were 12-year-old Lena and 8-year-old Ina Stillinger, neighbors who had asked their parents permission.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to interrupt for just a moment. I remembered also about this case. Yeah, I just want to say that this was also, believe it or not, less than 2 months after the sinking of the Titanic in April of 1912.
Really?
April 14th, 1912. So this was literally less than 2 months after that sinking. So that's what makes it to this day still the most heinous unsolved crime, is that you have so much loss of life from a ship you thought unsinkable less than 2 months ago. And then you have this heinous crime in a small Bible thumping Midwestern town of Iowa, as it said, not too far from Des Moines, and you're shocked because you don't even know who did it. And to this day they still don't know. And even if here's the thing, they've tried to guess at who has done it. But the thing is, whoever could have done it or did do it or whatever happened, those people are long gone now. It's been all these years. So yeah. I'm sorry. So I just wanted to mention that it's ironic it was in that same time frame. Yeah.
Yeah, not a lot, well, fucking English. Not a lot of people know of how For The B-oos actually run. Is they used to run only as like a podcast where like all you would just listen to is their voice. You don't like see their faces or anything.
Right.
So far they've been getting videos like these, which I think they're doing pretty well on, to be honest with you. Because I know they're still fairly new, and I do want to at least, support them in any way that I really can. I know with my uncle here, he's like working his ass off trying to, you know, edit these videos and be with his family, go to things that he needs to go to. So he's
I'm definitely going to subscribe to this channel. If you want to leave it with me in the private chat, before the stream ends here, I would definitely love to subscribe to them and check it out. Yeah, definitely.
oh yeah, they do a lot of different things, and they're very well. I mean, sorry to really bring this up, but when they came up here for our first interview with them, they were still pretty fairly new. I know you are CC, smart ass. Um,
Thank you,
God.
CC. Yeah, I'm going to subscribe to them too. Don't worry. I'm going to put
um,
note to Suzanne too, because I want her to check it out from the booze. Yeah.
oh
I,
yeah,
yeah.
family member.
Cool. Cool.
Yeah, so they were still fairly new to where they knew nothing about StreamYards ever. So that was brand new to them. So I had to, tell them of how to get through the StreamYards, click on the link, do whatever it's asking you, and join in.
Cool.
Poor Megan was like, I didn't even know that she was there, like, at all in the beginning until I see, like, her little head pop out. It was like the whole green screen background. They were in a different spot, like, before, well, where they are at now. You were just, like, against a wall, fairly new, didn't really have much of, like, a setup, in really a spot at all. So, I mean, I think next time, once they do come up, it would be the same setup as what they are in now, which would
Yeah.
be 10 times better. I also want to mind you that every thing that he does, he's got like a little deck thing or stream deck. I don't even know what it's actually really called. But he's the one that like puts out all the noises, the music, and all that stuff. The
Cool.
that you heard in the beginning of the video, then until now, is it was actually his wife and their kid screaming.
Wow.
They made their own little.
Their own sound effects. Right. Right.
Well, all the sound effects that you hear, he's the one that's been doing that audio effects. Thank
Audio.
you, Stacey. You know my
Thank
brain
you.
is fried.
Okay.
Right?
Well, let's continue. Yeah. Sure.
Yep.
Now, but before you
To
do,
stay over.
I'm sorry. Before you do, if in case, no, I'm just warning you pre ahead of time. I don't want to
Mhm.
jinx myself either. But if my alarm does go off, don't worry. I'll go to mute and I'm still listening. I just have to, because I don't want people to hear my fire alarm go off or something.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah. No. I'm just letting you know in case something
All
happens.
right.
It usually does when I'm on streams. I don't know, some bad luck thing. But hopefully I didn't
Yeah,
jinx
please
myself.
don't jinx yourself.
So, okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right.
Overnight with the Moore children. So, same thing kids do nowadays.
Yeah.
The Children's Day service held earlier that day was an end of the year Sunday school program. Now, Sarah Moore was a co-director, and her children performed their little speeches and recitations along with the other Sunday school members. So this was like a tradition end of the year. It's like something you do.
Oh, it's cute.
Now, the service ended with a social mingling that lasted until at least 9:30 p.m. when parishioners left on that cloudy, damp, and cool night no one suspected that neither the Moores nor their overnight guests would never be seen alive again. Now, they walked the 3 blocks to their home. Cookies and milk ended the festive evening, and everyone went to bed. Sometime after midnight, the killer or killers picked up Joe's axe from the backyard, entered the house, and bludgeoned to death all 8 of its occupants. So something that wasn't actually on the Iowa cold cases. So I don't know if this was something that is speculated, or maybe they just don't view it as pertinent information. But we know, because we've watched a lot of stuff about this home,
Right.
that it is believed that the killer or killers were hiding in the attic because they found cigarette butts and stuff like
Uh-oh.
that up there.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the family.
And I didn't come across that.
Really?
Yeah. And that's the information that they're using to investigate the actual case. So I don't know where that comes from.
Well, we've heard it multiple times. Too,
Everything we've ever seen on this place, I have heard that.
Yeah,
everything.
Absolutely. Wow, that's interesting.
By 7:30 a.m. on June 10th, Mary Peckham, an elderly neighbor to the west, became concerned that the Moore house seemed particularly quiet and deserted, especially after having sleepovers. She called Joe's brother Ross, a local druggist, or what today we'd call him a pharmacist,
yeah,
who arrived at about 8 a.m. to look around. His cautious inspection of the downstairs revealed 2 figures covered with a sheet in the back bedroom, and he also saw blood on the bed frame. Ross stepped back and away from the crime scene and called Joe's hardware store, telling employee Ed Selly to fetch Marshall Henry Hank Horton because something terrible had happened. Now, Hank arrived about 8:30 a.m., went through the house, and found, as he told Ross when he came out, somebody murdered in every bed.
Oh, God.
The partially cleaned murder weapon was left leaning against the south wall of the downstairs bedroom where the visiting Stillinger girls were found. Now, the killer had added 2 bizarre touches to the murder scene. The first was a 4-pound piece of slab bacon leaning against the wall next to the axe. The murderer also had searched dresser drawers for pieces of clothing to cover the mirrors in the house and the glass in the entry doors. On the kitchen table was a plate of uneaten food and a bowl of bloody water, which I'm assuming he probably used to clean himself up with.
To wash his hands, yeah.
I don't care what's going down. Don't waste bacon.
Right. I was
love bacon.
just going to say that.
I feel like
All right, yeah. This is how they are. This is what they do. I love Megan. She's great.
What was
and
her name again?
effectively
Your aunt or your relative? What's her name again?
Megan.
Megan. Okay.
Yep.
So
So
Megan, yeah,
and Steve.
and Steve. Megan and Steve. Thank you. Okay, I was trying to remember that. So Megan and Steve. You know, she's got a genuine. Here's what I like about Megan. Megan has a genuine concern. So when she hears this from her husband Steve about how bloody the murders were. I mean, bludgeoned is a perfect word for when you use an axe to kill someone. Um, yeah. So the way he's telling it, very, uh, it hits you because you're feeling at that moment the way he describes it that you are one of those victims that you were, you know, and Megan has a natural and honest concern and reaction to when he really gives these gruesome details. I like that. I like that about a podcast. It tells you that the people are real, that they understand
Oh yeah.
what took place, all those years ago. Yeah.
Like I can't tell you of how glad I was able to actually have them come up on panel and everything.
That's awesome.
And that so far, I mean, I really hate to fucking say it, step it up, people. Get your shit together. So Steve is morally the only one that's actually been commenting back as like feedback
Yeah.
to my videos, and I do appreciate that. I don't mind it. I kind of figured he would, because, well, it's his video, whatever.
Right.
But I think the Philadelphia hospital was the one that she actually recommended or picked out for him to do.
The Biberian.
Um,
Mhm.
yep. So, if I remember correctly, um,
No.
she's
You're fine.
very, very nice. She's very honest of like anything really. Like, you can easily tell by the looks on her face, like, sometimes she doesn't want to listen to it. Sometimes she'll be like, what the fuck kind of a face.
Mhm.
Um, she gives like honest reviews. And I mean, so does he.
Yeah.
Sometimes he'll joke around.
Have they ever been back west? Have they ever checked any haunted places out west, like in Arizona or California, any of those places?
Um, I know that they've traveled. I don't know if they've been to the west. I will have to see about that.
Yeah, because
They might have. I don't know.
there's plenty of haunted places in Arizona. If they wanted to travel out west, come to Arizona. There is plenty of places. Jerome, as I said, Grand Hotel, perfect place if they. But make
Yep.
sure they don't bring anything electronic close by unless they're worried about it all going out and not being able to take any photographs or anything there because it is tough. It is tough to take anything there. That's how haunted it is.
Mhm.
Also, if they're curious about one other place, Sedona, Arizona has portals. We went through one, and I'll tell you more about that after you do Caroline. So I'll tell you about that.
Alright.
Yeah,
Um,
let's go ahead and continue if you want.
with Cece, I do not blame you. I really don't. I know Ape actually also loves For The B-oos as well. Dragon, on the other hand, he can be an ass. He, like, I know he jokes around and stuff, but, like, he will call my uncle Stevie when my uncle's commented on that video, and he'd be like, my name's not Stevie, blah, blah, blah,
Steve,
blah.
yeah.
So far, the only person he's really addressed was towards Dragon. Um, so it's like, he, Dragon is just yelling, "That
Okay, see.
makes it
Uh,
bad."
all
Definitely.
right. Yeah.
Dragon's just one of those people that all he does is joke. Make jokes and make fun of people.
Oh,
Um,
wow. Yeah.
it's not that it's like a huge bad thing, but it's like he needs to kind of control that a little bit.
Or he needs
Um,
to balance, maybe. Maybe he needs to balance some of that humor with some seriousness. And maybe it'll be good.
yeah, because I know with For The B-oos they do that, but
Right.
why do you think I keep reviewing episodes from them? They're really good, and I am glad that they're growing.
Yeah. And
There's
I'm really happy
a
that you invited me because this is the first time I've become familiar with these with this couple. And I will definitely subscribe to them and I'll listen to their other podcasts too. I want to check them out, see what they say.
yeah. He's got another podcast called Break On Through. I don't know if he still does anything with that, but that one's more about music. Because he is into music and he's a kind of a musician too. He's got
That's
guitar.
awesome. Yeah.
Um,
I've been singing.
he's
I've been a singer for 28 years now.
yeah,
I met a few musicians, Collective Soul, actually. Two people from Collective Soul, Ed Roland and Joel. Met them. Uh, met a couple of people from some local bands at a place called the Mason Jar in Phoenix, Arizona. I got some of their CDs still lying around somewhere. Yeah, I mean, I've met some good like musicians, really good musicians. I got to sing with the Little River Band from the 70s. I was in a casino and sang with them. Yeah, their second half of their show. The whole second half. Yeah. I was just at a table, sitting right there, without going into too much detail. Sat there at the table, sang along right with them. They had a microphone right by my table, and it was like a 5-part harmony because these guys are 4-part harmony. I added my voice. Everybody was applauding every single song we sang. So from
That's
their
cool.
library, yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it was very cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's
So
let's get back to Stephen Macon. Yeah, so if you want.
Like that's like a boomer trait now.
Why?
I love bacon.
Why would you waste bacon?
I love
Seriously,
bacon.
you're just gonna leave it in a bloody house? Come on now.
What does that
He
say
loves
about
bacon.
us? Because little kids were just murdered.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Good that we watch a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty desensitized to it. Now, all the victims were found in their beds, their heads covered with bedcloths, and all had their skulls battered 20 to 30 times with the blunt end of an axe. Now, the ceiling in the parents' bedroom and their children's room upstairs showed gouge marks apparently made by the upswing of the axe. Because he had it turned,
Yeah.
the blade side was hitting the ceiling.
Yeah. Use the butt of the axe, which is a lot more blunt.
I am going to add some clips in this from another YouTube channel that we were just watching, because he got an interview with somebody who said things that I've never seen anybody else say, and I want to add them in here.
Yeah, we started watching. I went and started getting ready, but
It's really-
just what little bit of it that I heard was very interesting.
It's very interesting. And I want to support his channel because I've watched him for years. Even, I kind of off and on when I'm pretty sure he was faking stuff, but
yeah,
he bobbles back and forth, and it seems like he's back on the right path again. So, although Lena Stillinger's nightgown had been pushed up and she'd been left exposed, this is a little girl. This is, I believe, the 8-year-old.
Yeah.
Doctors concluded she had not been. It's so hard to read that. Lena also had a blood stain on her knee and an alleged defensive wound on her arm. I think it's because I have daughters.
Yeah. And the defensive wounds, I think, make it a little worse. Like, she knew what was happening. Whereas I think the adults and most of the other children just were sleeping.
But here's what I want to know. You're talking about in a time before any kind of forensics, and maybe I'm just naive to, I don't know what all they could have done back then.
Mm-hmm.
But how did they know she wasn't?
Right.
That's my only thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, by the time police, the coroner, a minister, and several doctors had thoroughly pursued the crime scene, word of the vicious crime had spread, and the crowd outside the home had grown. Officials cautioned the townspeople against going inside. But as soon as the premises was clear, at least 100 townspeople gave in to their gross fascinations and traipsed through the blood-splattered home. One of the townspeople even took a fragment of Josiah's skull as a keepsake.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Somebody out there must have it.
Mm-mm.
Now, the Moore Stillinger funeral service were held in Villisca's town square on June 12, 1912, just 2 days later, with thousands in attendance.
I bet.
National Guardsmen blocked the street as a hearse moved towards the firehouse where the 8 victims lay. Their caskets, not on display during the funeral, were later carried on several wagons to the Villisca Cemetery for burial. The funeral procession was 50 carriages long.
Wow. That's big.
It's impressive.
Yeah.
But who committed the Villisca Axe murders? As for the perpetrator of the Villisca Axe murders, the police had shockingly few leads. A few half-hearted efforts to search the town and surrounding countryside were made, though most officials believed that with a roughly 5-hour head start, the killer he'd be long gone. Now, bloodhounds were brought in, but with no success, as the crime scene had been fully demolished by the townspeople. They completely ruined it.
Wow.
Over time, though, many possible suspects emerged, including Reverend George Kelly, Frank F. Jones, William Mansfield, Paul Miller, that's where that video I watched comes in, and Henry Lee Moore, no relation. Now, Kelly was tried twice for the murder. The first trial ended in a hung jury, while the second ended in an acquittal. And other suspects in the investigation were also exonerated. Now, rumor was that Josiah Moore had an affair with his former employer Frank Jones's daughter-in-law, Donna. Detective Wilkerson of the Burns Detective Agency openly accused Frank Jones and his son Albert of hiring William Blackie Mansfield, to kill Josiah Moore. Neither Jones nor his son was ever arrested, and both denied any connection to the murders. However, the potential hitman Blackie Mansfield was arrested in 1916. Detective Wilkerson believed he was also responsible for the axe murders of his wife, infant child, father-in-law, and mother-in-law in Blue Island, Illinois on July 5th, 1914, a full 2 years after the Villisca crime.
Oh my God.
This just gets deeper and deeper.
Wow.
Wilkerson also suspected that he was the killer in an axe murder in Paola, Kansas, just 4 days before the Villisca massacre that bore many of the same peculiar details. He also pinned another axe murder in Aurora, Colorado on Mansfield as well. There was a lot of axe murders around this time period.
Yeah. I like what we were watching before with the lady who was writing the book with her dad. They went back and basically across the entire United States.
It went back, I think she said, to 1898.
Yeah. And that's wild.
No, I wrote this way before I watched that, so none of that's in here.
No, I know.
First of all, hi Mac. It's
Hello,
been
Mac Human. And he's saying, hello, Sir Mikey of the Supernatural. Well, thank you. Yes, I do enjoy a good paranormal story. Or a good murder mystery. Yes.
It is
Yeah,
a very good.
the Villisca, Iowa murders still intrigue me to this day because there really isn't any explanation. Um, I would say there's probably, according to what Steve and Megan are saying, there's a lot of coincidences. There was a guy, like they said, Moore, who was arrested for previous crimes that he had committed after these murders occurred. As I mentioned previously, Mac, before you came, these murders occurred less than 2 months just after the Titanic sank in the North Atlantic with a loss of over 1,500 people back in April 14th of 1912. So that blew my mind because it all happened in the same year, 1912. Like it was condemned, like it was cursed. And then you have these axe murders, which are still unsolved. Yeah. Bizarre.
Yeah.
Very bizarre.
So what I can say as of right now, the fact that they had that many people as like suspects is quite interesting. But also, mind you, some of them did use an axe to kill people, so it doesn't surprise me that they are suspects. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Don't mind my background.
Well, I was just answering a question from Mac there, saying to me, could this be part of a bigger conspiracy? I tell you, it's hard to say, Mac. I just feel it's weird that so many people passed away in a span of 3 months in that year. I don't know. It's hard to say. If there were others too, I could probably say that. But really, those 3 months were the craziest in history. Really were. And yeah.
Yeah, it really truly gives you a thing of like thinking mode, if you will. Like, oh, I wonder if it was this person or if it was that person, did that person actually do it? We're kind of putting the pieces together. That's what I like about what they do, is because that's how they do it. And I do really love that.
I like the Trellites do that. It's like a pieces of a puzzle, and they try to put the pieces together and see if it comes out as a complete picture of how they think could be responsible or what happened. Yeah, I like that. I like how they put that together. And Steve, believe it or not, if you tell Steve, he does a great job editing. So make sure you let him know. And let Megan know too. He does. He does a pretty good job of editing. I like it. I like the way he
really
does it.
does, and I do love him for that. Mac, I love you, man. I really do. And he's calling you
Thank you.
Mr. Mikey.
Oh, thank you. You dig me. Thanks, Mac. Yeah. Yeah, I have great enthusiasm. I love these mysteries. Uh, I love conspiracy theories. Oh God, there we go. Okay, so just gonna be a few
Look what
minutes
you've
there.
done, Mac.
What I tell you back?
Damn you.
3 times today, my wife said.
Oh, damn. They really do, Cece, and I do 100% appreciate it, and that's why I'm pretty sure I shouted them out a few streams ago. Um, it's I really do love how they're growing. They've gotten more people like shouting them out, like an actual. I think they've got an actual paranormal investigator, who has shouted them out. I think recently today. Go check out Bad to the Bones. They're really good as well, and they're also the ones that actually shouted my uncle and Megan out, which I am very happy about because they deserve more support. They deserve more of really anything. Not just because they are family members, but they do put effort in it, and that's all I care about. They're not fake people. I can tell you that right now, they really aren't. Like I said, they're similar to me, as real as I can really get. Um, they have a Patreon as well, so they've got, I think, really a good group of Patreons, actually. Some of them do recommend them with a lot of stories, so a lot of the things that you guys are listening and watching as far as their channel goes, or me reviewing their episodes, some of those episodes were recommended by some of their Patreons. And it's really fascinating to me as, like, you're not only per se learning about the whole thing, the whole story, but like they make it to where it makes you think. It makes you picture the entire story of no matter what it is. And I do like that. Sometimes it can be really gross and horrific. Sometimes it can be really good. You may never know. I'll be back. I had to take my son to the bar. Oh, well, tell your son good luck. I had something else and I don't know what else. But yeah, please be careful with pool tournaments. I don't think they end very well half of the time, especially at a bar. Bars are not great when it comes to that. Trouble with a capital T that rhymes with P that stands for pool. I'm dead. Mac, I fucking love you. If you want to come on to panel, Mac, I can send you the link if you want. That's up to you. I know you've only been up on panel here, I think, once. Which I'm so sorry about because I think that was like a horrible interview with you. On my end. Apparently I wasn't really truly prepared for. So, let's see what else they've got. Because I'm very curious on what else they got to say and how they say it.
No, but like, that's crazy.
But I will plug that at the end so people can go watch it.
Just how many axe murders were in those times. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
I think it was it just the police didn't have the resources and means that they have today.
No, right, absolutely.
So it was easier for people to get away with stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
Now, Wilkerson convinced a grand jury to open an investigation. Mansfield was arrested and brought to Montgomery County from Kansas City. Payroll records, however, provided a rock-solid alibi that placed Mansfield in Illinois at the time of both Paola, Kansas, and the Villisca murders. So nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's 6:30 p.m. on June 9th, which is the day that the day before the family was murdered. William Lear escapes from the Clarinda Asylum heading towards Creston. Sometime around that time, 1 mile east of Villisca, dairyman Mr. Talbot sees a man come, quote, out of the timber and went toward Villisca. Now, his wife and their servant girl also saw him. The family were on their way into town for church and passed the man on the road a short distance east of the Moore home, but nobody knows who this man was.
Oh, that's kind of creepy.
Well, I mean, they know who he was, but like,
well, yeah, at the time.
I don't know if they ever
saw him.
found him, if they were ever able to connect him. I don't know actually whatever came of him, but this was just one instance where something didn't seem right.
Right.
Somebody knew.
Somebody saw something odd and just decided to say something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, an early suspect in the murders was Joe Ricks, a man who was arrested in Monmouth, Illinois, when he stepped off a train wearing shoes that were covered in blood. He was let go because there was insufficient evidence. Every homeless person, transient, and otherwise unaccounted for stranger was also a suspect in the Villisca Axe murders. One such suspect was a man named Andy Sawyer. As with many other suspects, no real evidence linked Sawyer to the crime. However, his name came up often in grand jury testimonies. Now, there were two main suspects, though. First was Henry Lee Moore. As early as May 1913, investigators speculated the Moore family's murder might be part of a string of murders by a serial killer. Now, M.W. McClaughry, I think. McClaughry?
I don't know.
McClaughry? I don't know.
It looks weird.
Yeah. A federal officer assigned to the Villisca case announced that he had found a suspect in those murders and 4 other crimes others committed throughout the Midwest around the same time. Henry was son of a Civil War veteran, had a troubled youth, and would later work on a farm where he is said to have impregnated the underage daughter of the farmer he worked for. He was later convicted of forgery and served time in Kansas State Prison. He was the suspect in 3 other axe murder cases as well. McClaughry continued to pursue his theory that Moore was responsible for at least 4 crimes that killed 22 people in the Midwest, and a few took this seriously, even opening official investigations. In the end, Moore was never charged or convicted of any of the crimes.
Wow.
They couldn't pin him down.
I mean, back then, I feel like it was so incredibly hard.
Yeah, but you're
to
also,
do that.
but think about this too. Like, this was also a time where all they really had to do was think you were guilty.
Well, yeah.
And then
they're
boom,
just
they're like hanging you in front of the town.
like, oh, you look kind of guilty.
That's what I'm saying. So
yeah.
it's like it goes either way, but there just wasn't enough. There wasn't enough to link him. Now, the other prime suspect in the axe murders was Reverend George Kelly, a traveling preacher originally born in England. This guy is very strange. In 1917, Kelly was arrested and charged with the murder of one of the victims of the Villisca Axe murders, which doesn't make any sense to me, but
Why would it, 1 of 8? Like what?
I don't know.
What is that?
Now, he attended the Children's Day program on June 9th of 1912.
Oh.
His presence in Villisca on the night of the murders and his subsequent departure in the early morning hours of June 10th made him a prime suspect in the case. Now, it didn't help that he wrote lengthy letters to investigators and posed as an investigator for Scotland Yard to get inside the house shortly after the murders.
What?
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It gets weirder.
Oh, I don't know if I'm ready for that.
He also sent a bloody shirt to a drugstore for cleaning the following week. Now, while intelligent and articulate, he suffered from mental issues and was diagnosed with schizophrenia. He had a penchant for peeping in windows and was known as a firebug, and confessed to a series of arson crimes. But investigators failed to arrest him initially for a simple reason: his slight build. Now, at only 5 foot 2 inches and about 119 pounds, he's like your size.
He's like exactly my size.
That's what I'm saying. The coroner and detectives for hire believed he was physically incapable of the crimes. I got to say, you are this exact size, and I'm almost positive you could kill me.
Duh.
By the time he was arrested, 5 years had passed since the murders. Witnesses had difficulty remembering details. That, combined with a coerced confession and a lack of physical evidence, left one jury hung and a second ended in a mistrial.
Now, let me just say, like, they questioned his ability,
Mhm.
but literally everyone was sleeping. It's not like he
I know.
had to fight anyone. It's, you know what I mean?
They're just underestimating him is all.
Like,
They're underestimating him.
they're all sleeping.
Mhm.
It's crazy.
Yeah, he could do it.
Yeah.
Now, Kelly eventually left the Midwest and settled in New England. His behavior became increasingly erratic. In one stint, he worked as chaplain for a New Jersey chapter of the KKK, giving the invocation before cross burnings.
What?
This dude's whacked out.
What? Wait.
Now, Kelly died in
Uh,
1959 at the age of 80 in Islip's Hospital in upstate New York, one of the country's largest and most notorious psychiatric hospitals at the time. He and his wife are buried in Woodlawn Cemetery in the Bronx. Now, to this day, the murders have gone unsolved. Many people have opinions as to who committed the atrocious crime. While so much time has passed, though, it seems we will never get an actual answer. Many have come to investigate the property and believe the spirits of the family are still there today. So maybe eventually they will tell us who did it.
Wow. Wow.
There is what they call the serial killer theory,
Mhm.
which I guess I did kind of know about what she was talking about. I just didn't know it as in depth as what I was hearing. But the man, well, let me go back up here. Mueller or Miller, I guess there was
Paul.
there was variations of the spelling because
Mhm.
apparently they weren't as, precise about it back then.
I think it was Muller or Miller.
But it started out as Miller, I believe. And apparently every single home, and there were way more. There were way more than we listed. There were tons. They started back in like 18.
oh, okay. Now it's going. It's going in now.
And apparently all the homes
An axe who lived near the train tracks. Once we were able to narrow that down, we were able to find a crush of crimes. We were able to figure out, okay, this guy did not start in 1911. He didn't start in 1910. He didn't start in 1909. We were finding them back as far as 1906, 1905, 1904. So I said, okay, I've got to push back further. Dad thought he was probably, the first crime was probably going to be in 1906 or 1907. I started on this project. I was alone one night in my house, which is right next to the train tracks, and I was searching for a crime in Maine that I thought might be likely. And I came across this description on a book on Google Books called The History of the Northampton Police Department from 1600 to 1904. That might not be the exact title, but something like that. A very old police book that was just basically a list of records. It said the man who was behind this crime was surely also the fiend who killed the Newton family in Brookfield, Massachusetts in 1898. His name was Paul Miller, and he was last seen headed for the train. When I read that, I was like, okay, we got something here. So I looked it up, found it, and found that there were so many similarities with the Villisca event. Whole family killed in the middle of the night, back of the axe used, not the blade of the axe, the pole of the axe. Special attention shown to the body of the young daughter, a lamp without its chimney. I believe that the mirrors and windows were covered. And one thing that really cinched it for us is that we figured out that before 1911, 1910, 1909, he often set the house on fire after he killed the family.
And this dude started out in like 1898 in Massachusetts, where he killed, he murdered a family in the exact same way, covered the mirrors, like everything to a T. Like to a T. The only difference is he burnt the house down. And that was the MO as time went on, was that the houses were being burnt down. I feel like because so much time has gone by, I can hear my voice. I sound weird. I'm just going to throw it out there. If you want a super in-depth version of the true crime side of this, the Paranormal Files just put out a video like 5 months ago of this topic. And they have a lady on there who her and her dad wrote a book that revolves around this.
Mm-hmm.
And she makes a very, very convincing claim that this Paul Miller dude is guilty.
Wow.
It is.
I want to watch it now. I only watched a little bit, but
we have the rest of the day, so we can watch it.
Yeah.
It's actually, what I was watching was really good. I'll probably add clips of it in here, but I encourage anybody who's interested in this topic, go watch it. I like Colin. I don't care what anybody says. He's had his troubled past in the paranormal world because he's gone through phases where he's obviously fake stuff.
Right.
But when he's on, he's on. And when it comes to true crime, he is fantastic.
Oh, yeah. He does great true crime
him and his
stuff.
wife do that Murder in America podcast, and we both listen to it.
Yep.
It's great. So, I mean, he does very good research. I mean, he's been doing this for years, but he seems to be back on and things are going well.
Yeah.
And we wish him well because I've been watching him for a long time. But go watch that video. But I will add clips. I'm going to add a clip of her explaining this probably in here. So if you're a podcast listener, you may want to go check out the video that we're going to put out because there will be a clip of the Paranormal Files
I
video in
think
there.
there were
His
two. I
investigation
think
with
there were
her.
at least a couple
It's
of killers.
very convincing.
Mm.
Yeah. I like to come up with my own theory, if I may. From what I've been hearing, it sounds to me like there was more than one killer. And I'd like to go ahead and throw out this theory and see if and see if you might agree with me, Silver, and people in the chat tonight.
Okay.
Here's what I'm thinking. Now, Paul Miller from what we understand, Paul Miller was a drifter. He was a vagrant. Um, they can say that he was participant in a few murders. And I'd like to say that if he befriended the Reverend, here we go. If he befriended Reverend Kelly, who we just found out, right, went into a mental hospital and died there in the later 50s and was never accused of anything. However, the reason I'm saying there could be more than one killer is from what they said about the defensive wounds on one of the Stillinger girls. And if it was someone she trusted, and was realizing what's going on and tried to fight this person, I'm thinking that somehow, some way, Paul Miller got in touch with the Reverend Kelly somehow and they may have just teamed up for whatever, and both of them killed the entire family because they thought they could. And maybe the Reverend Kelly had a thing for one of the Stillinger girls, and that could be another motive that's added onto what happened to the family. So I think there was more than one killer for sure. Yeah.
The Reverend and the Reverend went insane.
That's right. That's right. And the Reverend went insane. Yeah. Suzanne knows
Okay.
about it. Yeah. So I believe killer for sure. Yeah. At least two. I'm saying there's at least two. If there was a third one that was helping him, maybe. But I think it was at least two. Yeah. It would make sense too if one was able to cover one part of the house to wipe out the family on top and the other person taking out the Stillinger girls and whatever down the bottom.
Yeah, I think that's kind of also where my brain was going to. Apparently, we're starting to read each other's minds here. It is a ghost channel after all. And with Mac, he's not wrong. With his last comment. Also, Mac, if
Yeah.
you want to, it would be really interesting if you probably came up and interviewed Mikey and see what would be asked and said and whatnot. That would be interesting.
Yeah,
I
Mac,
feel like
that's
I could
very
play like a
helpful.
referee.
Yeah, no, that's very
um,
helpful. You believe some good, yeah. Well, I'll tell you because like I said, my theory I think does hold a little bit of water because um, from what I've read about the murders and what I've seen, and the eyewitness accounts that are muddled and whatever, and why would you have over 100 people, townspeople no less, go in there and disrupt the crime scene unless they're trying to hide something too? That could be. Um, and like I said, it's a small town. Nobody told on anybody. Everybody
mm,
trusted everyone. But you have Paul Miller comes out of nowhere, right? So that's one person. And then do most of the townspeople know Reverend Kelly that well? Because I don't think they did. I think they trusted him, but they didn't know him that well. That's why I'm saying that it's got to be a cooperative effort here. Two people at least that did this.
oh yeah,
And when they mentioned that he was part of this thing, he was giving sermons before KKK meetings. Now, come on,
I think yeah.
that's psychotic. I'm sorry. I I have an issue for sure with that, and I'm pretty sure that had to have led to a psychotic break that he eventually had because remember he went insane. So I know he's hiding something. He's got to be hiding something all those years to have him go
Mm,
nuts like that. Yeah.
for
So
sure. Um, Even if you wanted to, Mac, you can just like you. Maybe I can give you each other some information. You guys can schedule like a day and a time of if you want to. That would be up to the two of you, really. Even
sure,
if you
I'd be happy to.
it
Sure.
happen, that would be really interesting, actually.
And I'd love you to
Um,
be our host of that. That'd be fantastic. Love to put that
I
together.
mean, hey, I'm trying to get more information, be entertaining, and kind of learning a lot here. And
Hmm.
I love interviewing people. Mac knows that. Um,
That's great. That's great, Mac. Oh
so
yeah, he says he's from a small town too. Yes, evil people,
he is.
evil people, even serial killers have been known to live in small towns. Yes, that's absolutely true. I can tell you one, Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy lived in a
Yep.
small town and committed murders. Yes, the Unabomber. The Unabomber. I guess am I allowed to say that on here without getting struck or anything? Uh,
I don't know.
Okay, well, Ted Kaczynski, who was the Una thing,
Hmm.
uh, he was also from a small town originally. And one of those guys, Tim McVie, what I won't say his full name, but Tim McVie, when they did the blasting there of the Mira building in Oklahoma City, he was from a small town. I know this because he had relatives that lived in Arizona, and he had spent some time in a small town in Arizona. I won't say where, because I want to keep that the privacy for the residents there because I lived there for a long time, in around Arizona. So, but he did come from a small town in Arizona, so that he lived in most of the time. So it does make a lot of sense that what you said that about that, Mac. Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, 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 that's right. He was in Ann Arbor. Yeah. Yeah, I do remember that. Yes, yes, and Ted Bundy. Yes. So yeah, what you're saying, Mac, is totally true. Yeah. Yeah, we do. we we have similar interests. Yes, we do, Mac. Wow, it's great. I'm glad to find you, man. Yeah, cool. Please remind me to subscribe to you after this too. Yeah, sure.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I
we're
will
trying to put
definitely
together good
give
stuff.
you his YouTube channel link too. He's gotten some really good videos there, especially with his kids. I still loved that one video that you did with your kids, making music and whatnot. So that was awesome. Um,
Oh,
he's
cool.
he's got some really good content over there too.
Yeah, that's so
Mm-hmm.
cool.
I call bullshit, sir. Bullshit. I'm calling your ass out.
Okay. Well, if you're ready, let's go ahead and continue the second half here of these
Alright, alright.
wonderful people. Yeah, Megan and Steve.
My great family relatives.
But before I even heard any of that, I feel like another convincing suspect is the Reverend Kelly.
Yeah, the traveling reverend
Yeah.
who just like up and vanished in the wee morning hours
But
after that happened.
I think
and
that's what makes it so hard to solve.
pretended
Is
to be a cop. Like what?
that's what makes it
That's so
so
wild.
hard to solve is because even today, with as much technology and everything as we have, I understand that 100 some odd years have passed, but
Mhm.
I don't know. It just there's so many people it could have been,
Right.
and the fact that like the townspeople like just trampled the house afterwards, and
Oh
like
yeah.
to the point where they were stealing pieces of skull.
Wild.
We're never gonna really know who did this, honestly, but there's so many people who it could have been.
Yeah, and they pulled in at least a handful of people in a separate
I
list
only
from the few that we named.
I only listed the ones that I thought had a good amount of evidence against. There's more. There's way more than this.
So
Many
crazy.
people were allegedly responsible for this crime because it was like, well, they didn't do it. it's them. And then they just
Mhm.
kept kind of like
Just
going down the
moving
list.
on to the next person.
But I don't know. It's super wild just because of how many people were blamed and we never got anything out of it. But we are going to get into some of the paranormal stuff, but obviously we have to tell the history because that's what we do here. There are a lot of very strange claims here, but there is one to me that stands out more than any.
Okay.
And you'll know it immediately.
Okay.
As you'd expect, a house with such a dark and mysterious past quickly attracts rumors of a haunting. This house was lived in for years after the murder, although families never stayed long. There's not a ghostly phenomena that hasn't been reported at the house. Disembodied footsteps, things moving, voices, apparitions, shadows, bad vibes. You name it, the Villisca Axe Murder House has it. It's been on basically every ghost hunting show, from Ghost Adventures to Scariest Places on Earth, and all of the essential spooky podcasts, including Lore, My Favorite Murder, not to mention an array of YouTube channels. It really does seem like everybody's been there.
Oh, yeah.
And continue to this day, honestly.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Evil
Now,
Zach
Villisca
Baggins
is a
was there
very small
too.
town, but it's a welcomed, friendly destination in an unending ocean of farmland. The Villisca Axe Murder House is right in the middle of a residential neighborhood, and its quaint and cozy exterior is a stark contrast to the legend that surrounds it. And it really is. It's a cute little white house in the middle of like suburban, America.
Yeah, and they put up like, a historical sign that would be in front of like an old house, but it literally just says the Villisca Axe Murder House.
Yeah. But it's just a cute little farmhouse looking house.
It is a cute little house.
And it's just in the middle of the suburbs. It's really weird. Now, the house itself is kept in pristine condition. So the sales booth, gift shop, and bathroom are in the old barn on the other side of the tiny but tidy backyard. Apparently, this place is very well kept up. Now, while there are many claims of haunted happenings here, an article from Vice.com tells of something even spookier.
Oh, okay.
Quote, the clientele at Villisca Axe Murder House ranges from young women who are really, really into true crime to lots of but I mean, my grandmother growing up, the crime really started with our grandparents, if you think about it.
That's true.
We have a group of senior ladies that come down and try to figure out who the axe murderer was amongst themselves.
That's so cool.
Murder, She Wrote. Angela Lansbury. We also get a lot of ghost hunters. I mean, 90% of our overnight clientele are paranormal investigators. The night that changed everything in 2014 started off like any other normal night.
Uh-oh.
I was in the barn, just waiting for the car to pull up. I saw the car stop, and this gentleman walked towards the barn, and I could see he had a hunting knife attached to his belt. He was wearing camouflage pants, which is kind of normal attire around here, so I just shrugged and let him in.
I think I know this story.
You do. He seemed very normal to me. No red flags, really. My red flag was at first that he was there with his mom and dad. But then instantly I'm like, don't be a jerk. Maybe that's their thing. And he was probably, I'm guessing, in his 50s, and they were quite elderly. Finally, he told me how he was going to give the house a piece of his mind. So I said, oh, cool. Have fun with that. Then I went home to bed. The next morning, I woke up, picked up my phone, and was tagged in a million things on social media. I saw these headlines, quote, man stabs himself at Axe Murder House. I just couldn't believe it. I rushed over to the house where I made a couple of my friends meet me. I didn't want to be flying solo in a situation like that. So we walked in, and right on the floor in the kitchen was a blanket wrapped up, and there was a little teddy bear foot sticking out of it. A lot of people bring teddy bears and dolls and stuff to leave as tokens for the kids, so that bit was normal. But this teddy was all covered in blood. And my first thought was, quote, not again in this house. I went in with a bottle of bleach and a towel because I'd seen that on The Sopranos and dumped bleach all over the floor and mopped the towel around with my foot. At that point, the house's owner, Martha, came in and she was crying. She was like, quote, this is supposed to be fun. Should we just close? And I told her we couldn't close. I told her that if we close, people will say that we had to close because the house was too haunted. Pretty soon, we'd have people breaking in. So I told her, let's just keep going. From there, we kept going. I later found out that the gentleman with the hunting knife had been in the house by himself, doing some sort of solo investigation in the kid's bedroom. And that's where the mom and dad found the knife shoved through their son's chest. Now, he'd been life flighted to the hospital in Omaha, Nebraska, and he'd survived. That was all I knew. I never heard anything more. I wanted to reach out to him, but I never did, and it wasn't until a few years later that I found out what had happened. Now, the paranormal claims surrounding the Villisca Axe Murder House are long-standing and numerous. Reports of strange occurrences have been common since the home was restored to its 1912 appearance and range from the intriguing to the downright spine-tingling.
Bum, bum, bum.
Photos taken by tourists around the home often come back with strange anomalies present in them. While some have captured supposed orbs inside the house, others have caught long streaks of mysterious light, and others still have come away with images curiously half blacked out as if the photos themselves were cut up.
Oh, that's interesting.
I think of like
And,
a shadow figure passing directly in front of the camera as you're taking
Oh,
the
Silver?
photo.
Like right in front of it. So it's blocking
Yeah.
out so much of the picture.
Yeah. So, Silver, I just want to add something that Suzanne told me just now. She told me that on other research, there was a medium named Amy Allen. She had gone through the house herself, and one of the most striking things she heard from the spirits or whoever is there is leave us alone. Plain as day,
Ooh,
out of nowhere, just said, leave us alone. Right, babe? Yeah. Out of nowhere.
oof,
And if you
that's
look up Amy Allen, the medium, she'll tell you the same story that she was petrified when she went through it. She had no idea what was going on, and then she hears that as she's getting ready to leave. Leave us alone. Yeah.
They just want peace.
Yeah, they just want peace. Yeah, they just want to be left alone. The
I
spirits.
mean, fair
Isn't that
enough.
nuts?
It is nuts, but I, to be honest with you, this is the reason why I do approve on Steve and Megan is because the way that they do this is like fantastic. Like, it's almost as if you're inside of a horror movie and they're just telling the entire story. And I really do like that. And I'm glad that other people, especially my own family here, approves and everything and really likes them. I do
All right,
appreciate
man.
that. No problem, Mac. I will let you know when I get some info, and I'll give Mikey your YouTube so he can subscribe to you as well.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to you
Definitely.
later, and have a good rest of your work.
It's just being the boss sometimes. Yeah. To fill a shift. Yeah. Take care, Mac. Good to meet you too, sir. Talk to you soon. Yes. Definitely. Yeah, there was a similar situation. There was a similar situation that Suzanne and I went through. Just tell you real quick. We went to this place called Nightmares Fear Factory down in Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada. And the place itself used to be a coffin factory. Now, the previous owner of the coffin factory, supposedly died because of a prank by some youngsters in the area. When they went to go to the burial site to find him, he was gone. Now his spirit is supposed to still haunt the place. Okay, to this day, even though they have an amusement type thing set up in there where you can travel through it and get touched by actual human beings behind curtains and secretly black curtains and everything, and the only thing you see is a big red light. You go through it anyway. The two things I heard, and I know she heard it, but she wanted to hear me say it, was get out and go away. It was a male voice, and I know it was the owner that told me, the guy who
Shit.
died, the coffin owner. Yeah, the factory owner. Yeah, he said, "Get out and go away." Yeah. As
That's
soon as we left, the two of
terrifying.
us, Yeah, because I told you, my wife is Suzanne is very attuned to spirits. She knows they're there. She's just like our cats. The cats know right away there's somebody here that doesn't belong, and it's a spirit.
Right.
And we have 3 of them in this apartment. And I know for a fact what I felt was ice cold before we got to the end of this tour through the abandoned factory. And as I were coming out, I heard those 2 things, those 2 phrases. To this day, it scares the death out of me. It's like I know it wasn't the humans that hide back there to touch you or anything, just to get you. It was the real spirit of the owner that's still there. Yeah. So I don't know how to
Damn.
explain it. I don't. Yeah, to this day. So
Um, so Sammy, I explained to Mikey earlier of what you told me last weekend with Little Miss Adeline. Um, I still like kind of want to do something as far as like see if maybe she'll come through like a spirit box or something. Like I kind of want to get in contact with her. Um, because I mean, for one, I got a little bit of questions, but like, she was part of this family, and I know how much she meant to you and meant to your son and everything. It still, to this day, fucking makes me cry. Um, of what you've actually told me. Um, yeah, we're gonna have to plan out a day there, sir, of you coming into fucking Google Chat like you're supposed to. Um,
Oh, I've got
yeah,
I've got Mac's channel subscribed. So now Mac is
yep,
subscribed. I subscribe to him. So just
yeah. Thanks to
subscribe back to me,
Sammy
Mac,
here.
and we'll get you. Yeah, we'll do some stuff together with Silver, in the
Oh
future
yeah,
here.
100%. That would
Yeah,
be really interesting to have.
that'd be great. Yeah.
Gee, I'm actually planning shit for this channel this year. Damn, that's the
Wasn't
first.
that weird? Wasn't that weird just now, though? I mean, a few minutes ago, I was proposing that theory, which made a lot of sense to me, and boom,
Mhm.
Steve says Reverend Kelly, and I said, "Oh my, how weird
Yeah.
is that?"
Oh
I,
yeah,
I mean, he says it right out of the blue, and I'm like, "Oh my God, that was my theory." Yeah, I was like, wow. Yeah, I was just blown away just now. I'm glad this will be played later and people could rewatch it. But it's so
oh
funny
yeah,
because if you hear my theory, you rewatch this, you hear my theory, and then Steve literally says it as we go back to listen to his podcast with his wife Megan, and wow, yeah,
oh yeah.
that's
There's
wow.
so much things that like you would be talking about something before he actually says anything. It's like, are we somehow connected? Like, are we actually on the same page here? The fuck?
I think we are. I think Steve
It
and
is.
I pretty much have the same kind of theory right here.
Yeah,
I'm
and you
telling you.
you guys don't really know each other, and this is just a
Well,
pre like
yeah,
recorded
well, like
video.
I said, I don't know your relatives that well. Like I said,
Yep.
towards the end of the stream, make sure you put their this YouTube channel in the private chat, and I'll sub it for sure. But wow, I'm sorry, I'm blown away. I never thought I was in tune with someone like that. That bother. I don't think I'm always in tune with people. I know I'm in tune with Suzanne. We're bonded. Okay, so we know each other's thoughts. We
Mhm.
complete sentences even before we know. But to be in tune with someone like Steve, who's got that theory, and then I just said it even before he said a word about it, and he blurts it out, says it. Just
Yep.
wow, yeah.
It's
And Mac
almost
was on my
as
same Right, and Mac was on my same thing too. He was kinda like, "Oh my god, I love your Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
oh
but
yeah.
unfortunately, yeah, like I said, it's been 112 years, and unfortunately, we didn't have forensics, we didn't have DNA testing, none of that existed back then, and, yeah, it's just a shame. It's tragic, really tragic, just to lose people like that. And Joe Day is in the chat. Hey, Joe Day.
Yeah, I just called Sammy out for we're supposed to be having a little chit chat on fucking Google, so some point we're gonna have to schedule one before I kick your ass. Um, you know I love you.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
She knows. She knows. Hey.
Sammy knows how much I love him. You should have. Max should have wrote in the stream chat of what he wrote to me. He said as we were talking on Google Chat about the package of whatnot. He
Yeah.
goes, "Stop love bombing me and watch the video, Silver." I'm like, I'm not gonna stop. I love you, alright? Come on. You should know me by now, damn it. This is how I am.
Oh, that's why we love you so much.
Let's continue. We've got about 20 something more minutes of this.
Yes.
Picture.
Like if somebody was going to take a picture and you just stood right, like half of the picture, you know?
Right. And my thing with like the difference between orbs and then the like the strings of light though, I would absolutely take a string of light as paranormal evidence over just a floating
I'm very
orb.
iffy on anything light anomaly like that, just
Mhm.
because there's, you know, dust and hairs that fly around and bugs. So it'd have to be really convincing for me to be like, it's paranormal.
I think we've seen one like string, and I don't even remember where we saw it. I want to say it was like a Ghost Hunters episode, but you were like, wow.
I don't remember.
No?
I mean, we haven't
Let me see
watched
if I can find it.
a lot of that stuff in a while.
Yeah.
So during tours, visitors often report hearing loud footsteps from above them, only to find no one on the upper floors. In the small attic space, some people report experiencing odd or unsettling feelings, while others say they get the strange odor of cigarette smoke there, as if the spirit of the killer is still enjoying some smokes to pass the time in hiding. Again, though, in the official like police stuff, I didn't really find anything that said that there was anybody up there. I'm not saying that there wasn't.
Right.
Or maybe it's, I don't know.
But
maybe,
that's
maybe
crazy
it's
though,
just left
because
out.
literally everything else we have ever seen about this,
Yeah,
that the person who was hiding in the attic
Our friend
was
Doug tried.
was hiding in the attic.
Yeah.
That's what
No, I know what you
I
mean.
mean.
I just don't understand because like there's a lot of references that were like, you know, Iowa cold cases blogs. This is where to get your info, but I just didn't see it on there. So maybe it's just not on there. I don't know. It's very confusing though.
Yeah.
Now, often the voices of children are sometimes heard in the house. Given that 6 children were amongst the dead in the aftermath of the murders, many who come to visit bring toys for the children, and these toys are often found moved to strange places or arranged in ways no employee had put them. It's believed by many that the spirits of the 6 children are moving these toys and playing with them. Many investigators have attempted to actively play with the young children, and some actually report having balls or toy cars rolled over to them by unseen forces.
Under 100. Wow.
Keys on your lap? I thought that was the kitty coming up my leg. Please roll ball back to me. I thought that was a cat coming up my leg. Well, that was probably the ghost. They have no legs. It was a little kid. Whoa. I was giving the strangest.
Okay, that's freaky.
Michaela, you got someone playing with
A ball going all by itself.
Push it back.
No cats.
I'm a very nice girl.
I don't think that's the
Push
cause.
it back.
I think the angle of this room brings it back. It's on a slant.
Yeah, last time I threw a ball in that direction, it didn't come back. It stayed back over there. It's not going to come back to you. It's the slant.
Something's right. Like right.
Good job. Hey, Clayton, you got to go next week. How does it feel? At least we got someone playing with the ball. Yeah. For a little while. Still playing with the ball.
Yeah. Okay, let me ask you, Silver, if you saw something like that, you're by yourself, in the house and you had a ball and you threw it by yourself and it comes right back to you, would you be freaking?
Yes, actually, as a matter of fact, I fucking would. Because that kind of stuff is terrifying. You also might not actually know whether or not whatever it is actually true to itself. Like, you don't know if you're actually throwing a ball to, per se, a demon. You don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. That's true, you don't.
So it's like, how do you know if it's actually a child? How do you know if it's not a demon pretending to be a child? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um,
And Suzanne was also talking about orbs and what we talked about while we were watching some of the
mhm.
video here. What she was telling me was there's different color kind of orbs, right? What were they again, baby? Yellow, white,
Pink
pink,
and it's black.
and black. And she says, and we had a friend who his name was Doug that died immediately. And when you
Mhm.
die immediately and you're in confusion, it's a black orb. So if you see a black orb going, that means that person died just unexpectedly and in confusion. Yeah,
Okay,
that's what my wife was talking about.
I actually have a question. I don't know if your wife might be able to answer this. Um, so my friend Chelsea, that everyone else in the side chat fucking knows of, crazy cat lady. Um, she recently. So when we were first moving here, I was it last week? I think it was last week, 2 weeks ago. I already lost fucking track of how long we've actually been here. Sammy, I'm noping the hell out of there if I saw that. I don't blame you.
Yeah. Well, and I did
So
see that little picture you sent me. I mean, really quick before
Mhm.
she answers. I did see that too on that wall of yours. I'm sorry, on that door or wall door,
Yeah.
whatever it was. I saw it
I don't
plain as
know where
day.
that
A
came
white
from.
orb. It was a white orb and had the two. Yes, I did
Yeah,
see it. And it's like, wow. Okay.
yeah, so
Yeah.
Chelsea has a huge family. Most
Mhm.
of the family that she has not met.
Right.
But I mean it's kind of really fucked up here. So she was adopted when she was younger with her sister.
Okay.
She has an older brother named Alan, who is 28 years old. He recently passed away due
Ooh.
to I don't know exactly of what yet. She doesn't know. They've told her that he was hospitalized in a coma, his heart gave up, and then decided to tell her, "Oh yeah, no, he passed away like 2 days ago." Like, why the fuck would you fuck someone's mind up like that? Like, why can't you just tell them on the day that they passed? But we went to Walmart last weekend, if I remember correctly. Um, that we both saw a flash of yellow light that had nothing to do with anything else in the parking lot. It was pitch black.
Yeah.
She said that she saw what looked like a shape of a person.
Right.
So I don't know whether or not if that might have been Alan.
I
Um,
I think it was, but honey, you want to answer her? It was a yellow light and it looked like a person. And this was Chelsea's brother that died at 28. So he joined the unofficial 28 club. Those celebs that all died at the age of
oh no,
28.
like not
And
in
they're
back
mysterious.
20, but he was 28 years old, very very recently.
Yeah, real recently. Yeah, she's just getting ready to tell you. She's trying to look up a bit
Mhm.
of that. But
I'm sorry.
oh no, that's okay,
Yeah,
honey.
yeah, no, take your time. I'm
Yeah.
not here to rush you.
No, it's okay. Yeah, no, she tells you that it was him. She did
Okay.
say just now that it is him. It was there. He was there in the parking lot. Yeah.
Yeah, because we were trying to think, and I know that I do like spirit box sessions and all that stuff. She wanted to get an answer because she wants to know, for one, if it was him. Two, she wants to know of how he died. We don't know for sure if he actually passed away from his heart giving up or if there was something else.
Okay. She says that. Well, how did he die though? Then, honey.
Well, I don't know how he died, but
Well, yeah.
Yeah. But he's
Um.
happy.
Yeah. She does say that who you saw was him.
Okay.
It was. Yeah. His yellow spirit means that he's. I guess best way to describe it, babe. Right? He's in confusion a little bit. He's aware. He is aware
Mhm.
that he's dead, that he's passed on, but he's not fully passed on yet because he is confused. He's saying, "Well, why am I still here?" So he's probably in between. Usually, yellow
Okay.
lights, remember, are just like for stoplights or whatever. Yellows are always caution lights, cautionary.
Right.
So
Right.
a yellow orb would tell you that he is in between knowing he's gone and confused about why he's gone. Um, and she says
Okay.
he's happy though. She can feel him a little bit and says yes, he's happy. So she can tell.
Yeah, I will definitely let her know on that because I know.
Worried about something. I worried about the person who passed.
Yeah.
Mhm.
She also says that he's probably worried about Chelsea.
Chelsea was worried. He
Oh,
showed up.
right. Oh, okay. So Chelsea was worried, and that's when he showed up. Okay. Yeah. So
Yeah.
she must have been thinking about him, and that's when he appeared. Sure. So he's still out there. Yeah.
Yeah. Another thing too is I think 2 days maybe or whatever after he passed.
Yeah.
Um.
Was he always a joyful soul? Was he a pretty happy person when he was
As
alive?
far as what Chelsea has told me, yes.
Yes, he was. Yeah, so she figured that out just now before you even both said. Yeah, he didn't die in
Oh,
pain. She said that he did die in peace. He was at peace when he
okay.
went. So,
Would it be possible that he might have visited her in her dream recently too?
yes,
They do that.
they do that. Yeah, it's very possible.
Alright. I
Yes.
will sure enough let her know she's, not thinking like she's going nuts or saying
Oh,
things.
no, no, no. Just tell her that spirits can sense, especially family members that pass on, they can sense when another person that one of their family members that's alive, they
Mhm.
are able to tune themselves to those emotions. So at the time that you and Chelsea saw him in the parking lot, she must have been subconsciously thinking of him at that moment in time, and that's when he was
Mhm.
able to manifest himself and be there. And so, but like Suzanne said, she can now tell and sense that he is happy, but he's still kind of confused, not knowing what he's supposed to do next. So yeah, like I
Okay.
said, usually a yellow orb is like that. Is it's in a c- it's a flux. It's in a state of
Mhm.
flux. So when you see a yellow orb the next time, that spirit is in a state of flux. They're happy, but they're also confused, and so yeah, they're just in a flux mode there. So tell Chelsea she's not going nuts. No, she's
Okay.
not. Yeah.
Um, that also goes for you too, Sammy. I know you've been, noticing of what Harrison has been telling you, about Little Miss Adeline. Um, so it kind of also goes for you too. So you're not also going crazy.
Yeah, you're not going crazy. Okay, I guess we should go ahead and finish. Then I can hear your Caroline story, and then I'll tell you about our Sedona moment.
Yep,
So,
yep,
yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
Okay. Please roll the ball directly to me.
I've seen a lot of fake videos though,
Yeah, that's true.
because you can find this supposed, interaction, but it's on channels that I give
No credit to.
no.
Yeah.
I know they're faking it. I know they are.
Mm-hmm.
The activity in the house is noted by some to increase as trains roll through town at night. The Villisca Axe Murder House is very close to the town's train line, and the rumble and roar of trains often envelop the entire town with noise. So it's like rain
Yeah.
in some haunted locations. Yeah, I find that pretty unique and interesting.
Yeah.
Now, some believe the killer used the cover of the train rumbles to mask the swings of his axe and the sounds of any potential screams. Now, visiting ghost hunters often say noises and disembodied voices in the house can often be heard right after the trains are done rolling through.
Wow. That's something.
So it's like rain.
Wow.
Because the
That's
rain is
crazy.
often paired with a lot of stories of, it picks up the paranormal activity picks up when it rains.
Right.
Because there's a
Because of
whole
the energy from the storms.
electrically charged air.
Yeah.
But maybe we're thinking about it all wrong. Maybe it's just something like maybe it rained on that night, or when somebody was killed in that location versus the train the man got off of when he went to kill. I don't know, but it just seems like there's these weird correlations to sounds and the environment. I don't know. Even with all those claims, what do the hundreds, possibly thousands who have visited have to say about it? Well, we looked around the internet to find out, and this is what they had to say. In July 2018, on TripAdvisor.com, someone named Silversmith560 wrote, quote, "The tour starts in the red barn behind the house. We listened to Johnny tell us about the history, and we wandered around the house taking photos and asking questions. I'm not sure how to describe some of the things we saw. I'm still trying to figure out how to explain them all logically. I can't say that we saw a ghost or any spectacular paranormal activity, but the sense of eeriness remains. It's hard to imagine the events that took place in this small, quiet house without feeling a chill. Worth checking out."
I mean, I'd check it out.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty far from it. But.
Yeah.
Now, in June 2024 on Yelp.com, someone named William R. wrote, quote, "Well, a wild experience to say the least. My 3 friends and I had our first paranormal investigation here, and we did not turn up empty-handed. Very real experiences here entailed direct communication through spirit box and EMF reacting devices. Great first experience. Would absolutely recommend. Thank you."
Okay.
So we're getting a little better.
Yeah.
Now, in January 2023, someone named Joseph L. wrote, quote, "I'm an average guy that decided to go to the Villisca Axe House with my wife. I had a brand new camera. As we arrived, I stepped onto the property and the camera stopped working. I had a fight with my wife about the camera in the car as we replaced the batteries. I stepped onto the property and a gust of extreme wind was all around me. As I looked up across the street, there were no branches blowing except for me and around the property. It was very strange. As I took the footage and downloaded it onto my laptop, people said they could see 2 girls in the window. I don't see it, but the next morning I woke up and the screen was cracked on my brand new laptop. I don't believe in all that haunted stuff, but it makes you scratch your head."
Maybe his wife was just still mad about the story and broke his laptop.
What story?
Or not the story, but the argument
Oh,
that they
okay.
had in the car.
Like,
My bad.
wait, what story? I didn't know they were reading stories.
No.
Probably. He was probably just pissed off about it. And one last story. About a week ago, yes, just about a week ago, on
okay.
Google.com, someone named Destiny G wrote, quote, "Did an overnight paranormal investigation. The house definitely has a weird vibe. I got a sudden wave of sadness on the bed at the top of the stairs and felt uneasy in the attic. Our group got some activity and it was a good night overall. I especially love the cat, Church. She's such a sweetheart. I was a little confused though when we arrived because there wasn't anyone from the house there to greet us, and although there was a book with instructions and rules, I had to call someone to ask a few questions. Most of the other places I've investigated have had someone there on the property when you arrive to go over everything and give a tour. This place did not. We had also stopped at the cemetery to see the graves prior to going to the house. If you do visit, make sure you go there as well. And the only reason I added that was because there's so many reviews. There are so many reviews.
I'm
of this place.
sure.
Dude.
There's so many people that go here. Like so many.
So there are so many reviews. I sifted through thousands.
Wow.
Thousands. I went to every place you could think of. There's a lot of negative reviews that you just don't really hear about.
Meaning?
There are people who claim, like, I mean, obviously you're going to have the people who are upset because they go there and nothing happens.
Well, yeah.
But then there's the people who go there and are upset because maybe they know the history here and they don't feel like the tour guides are giving them accurate stories, like they're beefing up the story to make it seem worse.
Okay.
There's people who come here and say like they had to wait to get in, or
oh no,
the people were rude to them. But there's a lot, and there was quite a few negative reviews when I was looking for this. And then there's a lot of reviews that have nothing to do with the paranormal. Just people like, I was on a trip and
it's a cool stop.
We went through Iowa, so we stopped at the house and it was cool. And, we walked around the property. And I even read ones where they said, we didn't have anything booked here or anything, but we showed up and somebody was there. So they showed us around anyways.
Oh, that'd be cool. Just an impromptu. Yeah.
But there are a lot of people who claim to have experiences here. But the thing I found funny about it is all the stuff that we've watched over the years on this place has been like just some of the most extreme haunting stuff that we've ever heard.
Oh yeah.
But if you go to the actual real people everyday people who have been here, other than the man who he really did stab himself, that is true.
That is a very true story.
But other than that, you don't really hear a lot of extreme haunting stuff, which I find very strange. Because it's always told in story form to us like it's the spookiest place and
the most haunted place in America.
And I know one of the big claims that people have made, it's like everywhere else.
Yeah.
And one of the big claims that I've seen thrown around by questionable YouTube ghost hunters is that the spirit of the man who killed the family was still there, lurking over the spirits of the family. But why? He left. He was long gone.
Like he bounced, he killed them and left.
He
Why
left.
would he still be there?
That's what I'm saying. He didn't die there.
Yeah.
He's gone. So that doesn't make any sense to me.
Come back to live with what he did. Like, get out of here.
I don't think he cared.
No.
Obviously, because
Absolutely.
I do believe that this family annihilation was attached to some of the other ones because it was just too similar. But yeah, there's just a lot of stuff that's claimed here that doesn't make any sense if you actually go read what actually happened here.
Right.
And I actually I could have given you such a good timeline. I don't remember the website. I didn't use any of it or anything, but there was a website I had went to and I found a timeline that literally started at 6:30 in the morning on the 9th. And it played out the entire day of what everybody in town was doing. It's insane. It was, I read it.
That's crazy.
I read it. It is very interesting.
Wow.
But yeah, I don't expect anybody listening or watching this not to know what the Villisca Axe Murder House is. This is why I tend to not, write these episodes, just because everybody's done them. Everybody knows about them. There's really nothing new that we can add into it other than our own opinion about it.
Right.
And that's about it. And
still a cool story.
It is. I mean, it's a sad story.
It is a sad
but I still
story.
go back to like, they just assume that little girl wasn't in. I don't know how they would know that. I just don't. I don't. Because that's the thing. In that Paranormal Files video that I was watching, the guy, Mueller, whatever you want to call him by, that was part of his thing.
Oh.
Was the young girls in the house.
Ew.
And her dress was pulled up over her head.
Positioned in a way where that was probably very visibly.
I mean, that was clearly
aware of what happened.
When one person is like that, there's clearly an ulterior motive there. So
I'm sorry, I was not expecting them to actually show up in a live stream.
Wow. Hello to is it both of them? Is it both of them that are answering us
in
in the chat?
Just be Steve.
Well, Steve and Megan, welcome. Steve, we had, oh, it's just Big Uncle Steve. Okay. Steve, if you rewatch this, you're going to hear a theory. Okay. I don't want to ruin it for you unless you want me to tell you right now. But there is a theory I came up with which seems to make a lot of sense. And believe it or not, as soon as we went back to you at a certain point that we had stopped in your podcast, you mentioned the exact person I was thinking was responsible for the murders out of two people that I believed worked together. You won't believe it. It was totally unprecedented. I never knew that I was in tune with you. Um, when I said this theory, and then we went to you, and you said it right out of the blue. Just unbelievable. Yeah. I don't want to ruin it though. If you want to see this back on a replay, also, welcome Steve again because I want to tell you something. One last thing that Suzanne told me, and I don't know if you heard about this, but to this day, anybody that visits, she just found this research out herself. To this day, anybody who visits the parents' room upstairs where they died, there is embedded in the ceiling of their room an axe form, and it is still there to this day, a form of an axe. An axe mark. Yeah, thank you, babe. An axe mark right in the ceiling. It's still there to this day. Yeah, she just found out. She just did some research on that. So
Aw,
I don't know if you
Sam, I
also
love
do that
you
too,
too.
Steve. Yeah, isn't that nuts? I mean, if you look up and see an oh no, I'm out of that room. I'm sorry. No, no, no. Yeah, I, I just like atheists who say, nope, nope, nope. I'm at, yeah, oh,
Yeah.
yeah, no.
See, so you added a clip of that to do with children, and Mikey here asked a very good question of what would happen if I was by myself in a room, or let alone in a house in general, and a ball just came towards me while no one else is there. Would I freak out? Yes. I would just probably froze for one thing.
Yeah.
Sammy K420 atheist here has responded and said he will nope the hell out of there. Um I don't
Wow.
blame the man.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is pretty much of what we do. Also welcome.
Yeah. And Steve, um, I was also telling wonderful Miss Silver here. I hope that both of you someday come out to Arizona, and I want you both to examine or do some research on the Jerome Grand Hotel in Jerome, Arizona. The whole town itself is haunted, but the Jerome Grand Hotel specifically is very haunted. And there is a uh, elevator. There used to be an elevator man named Claude Harvey, and it was one of those older Otis elevators. He almost killed Zach Baggins. It's on YouTube. I'm sure you guys, both of you, have already seen it. But he almost killed Zach Baggins and a cameraman with the elevator out of the blue. Just had to come down, yeah, to the basement level. Yeah. Oh, I see. He says, "Okay, I was trying to comment, but I cast it to the TV and wouldn't let me do it." Oh, sorry to hear that, Steve. Yeah.
Yeah, so I do want to give out of reason why you had I'm sure you probably already heard me saying this, but reason why Dragon has not been up on panel for one is because I haven't asked him to. Second of all, you already know how Dragon is.
Oh,
I would love for you to come back on live panel and teach him some things that he should know about, and also to quit calling you Stevie, as I told you before, to
I
stop
would never
calling
do
you
that to you,
Stevie.
Steve. Just saying, I think you're an awesome dude. Your wife is an awesome as with you. You're both an awesome couple. I have subbed you guys. I subbed your Boost podcast channel on YouTube, and so I'm subbed to both of you. I'm very impressed. You have very good information there, and you do a very good job of editing. I really appreciate that. A lot of good backstory. Um, but yeah, he's looking at the Durham Grand Hotel for a future episode. I'm like, awesome. Yeah. Um, and Steve, I'll just tell you again, as I told Silver, the Jerome Grand Hotel used to be the Verde Valley Mental Hospital in Jerome. And before that, there was a massive burial ground for over 1,000 native uh, natives in the area outside there of Jerome and Clarkdale. Yeah. So I mean, it's haunted. Uh, and what I told Silver too was a true story. When my wife Suzanne and I went to go there, one of the things I'll never forget is we had 16 pairs of batteries. Okay, that we had. I had a digital camera I was using to take pictures, and I had 16 different forms of batteries that would fit this digital camera, and every single one of them was drained of energy, completely drained. So, fair warning, when you and Megan go, or if you're doing the future episode, warn people ahead of time. Don't bring electronic items if you can close enough to the hotel because they'll be drained. Yeah, they will be drained. Yeah. So,
I was not wrong when I told you in a comment reply that my community absolutely loves your show and we will
we
keep
do.
doing it.
Yes.
Because you guys have grown. Like I can't tell you of how much the last time I've seen you as today. Like you guys have grown so quickly, and I'm really actually quite proud of that as like, a streamer myself. Um Thank you, Sammy. If you were up here, he would probably hear you. But you're not. So,
Um,
um,
yeah, and
just so
Steven
you
says
know.
we will definitely do the Jerome. Yeah, he doesn't know if they will ever be down in Arizona, but they do want to travel. Yes, and I'm saying if you do travel. Oh, and by the way, here's a cool little promotion for the States. I lived there for so long. In Jerome, they have a fudge shop. Now, if Megan really loves fudge, there is a fudge called an orange fudge. It is the orange creamsicle fudge. It is the best by far. I gave some to Suzanne. She loved it. Wanted a lot, but we could only afford a little bit. But it was so good. It's called orange fudge sickle. It's orange sickle fudge. Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. Yeah. If Megan is really into sweets, she'll really love it. She will. That's what I would say you
Oh,
order when you're there. Yeah. At
since
the
I
chocolate.
have you here and I'm not gonna ask you like in DM or whatever, do you know who I've been talking about trying to bring them up on panel? I don't know if you might have met him. He might have met you too. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
Mm, um, and
No, he
yeah,
says.
okay. Uh, I will give you a little bit of a description on Facebook about the person, because he might not remember you. You may or may not remember him. He is part of the family too.
Oh,
So I'm
cool.
just trying to nag at him to come up on panel because he's keep forgetting. Uh,
Yeah. And Steve said she's also my niece. I used to hang out, play dolls with her when she was little. LOL. He says I like fudge too, man. She's little. I'll eat hers too. Okay. Good.
no,
Yeah.
no,
Interesting.
it is not my brother. No, no, no,
No,
no, no,
no.
no. I don't think he's actually even interested in this stuff, but no. It is someone in the family that I believe you know, so keep guessing.
Your
Is it
other
the one
uncle?
you're thinking of? I don't know if that's the one you're thinking of, but if so, still no. It's someone who has babysat. No, it's not him. I haven't spoken to him in like God knows how long. No, it's someone that's still in the state who I'm pretty sure you know who's babysat me practically. Okay, here's a better guess. All right, who's the person I share a birthday with? Who was I was born on with, or as a birthday present?
You share the same birthday?
With the person that I'm gonna try to get up on a panel, yes.
He says, I haven't been up there in years, dude. I don't know.
I figured, but maybe you might know the name. Starts with an N.
He says, I don't know. I'm not sure,
All
honestly.
right, I will message it to you.
Okay.
Because if I message it to you, you might remember. I don't know. It might be like extremely long. Yes,
Nick?
there you go. You got it. Yes.
Nick. Yeah, okay. You said Nick. Yeah.
I've been in chit chat with him and he wants to come up on panel. Is he ever gonna do it? I don't know. Which is why I'm trying to remind him and get him up here. Yes.
Yeah, okay. You got there
I
eventually.
have a green screen that Nick has actually bought me because he knows about the streaming. We're gonna also have to try to help him figure out to help him with the chat part because he can't chat in the side chat for some reason. Yeah. I will tell you as far not on stream.
This is okay. We're taking over the stream. Welcome to the For The B-oos show, everyone.
This is why I've got such a great family memories.
Yeah, well, there you go. I'll tell you what, Silver. Do you want Steve? We want to finish if we may. We'll go ahead and finish your last 7 minutes here on your podcast, and then we can talk more. And Silver has a interesting Caroline story, and then I also have a story about Sedona, Arizona, which is supposed to have all it's new wave, and you got all these different portals. And I'll tell you a quick story that my wife and I, when we were driving through the town. I'll tell you about the horses that came out of nowhere with the natives on top of them, and yeah,
He's like,
it's
let's
an
go.
interesting. It's almost like a creepy pasta story.
Oh god,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's like a type of story like that. It's really bizarre. Yeah, so
Yeah,
yeah.
once Dragon does come back on this panel, you're gonna have to keep him in line. Teach him something. Cause jeez, that kid needs to learn some things.
Yeah. So he says, "Let's go." He says, "Sounds good. We'll hang out." Okay, so let's watch. All right,
I
so
don't think
everyone in chat watching the end. Go ahead.
her
Ugh.
dress flew up over her head fighting back. I don't know. It is what it is. It's been so long now. Nobody's ever going to know for sure, but I encourage you to watch the Paranormal Files video, the recent one on the Villisca Axe Murder House, because that, especially the beginning, which I'm going to use clips from, is very, very convincing. We are gonna go watch it when we're done today, but I could just keep going over and over and over about how I don't know and I'm very confused, but it's just one of those kinds of stories. But I do have to ask you, is it real? Do you think the Villisca Axe Murder House is haunted?
I don't know. I'm going to say 50-50. Yeah, sure, it might be. Yeah, sure, maybe it's not. I don't know. This one's always been a tough one for me, even watching stuff over the years, because there's no like crazy things that I guess that would make it more on the yes side because it's not like the wild and crazy outlandish things, but I don't know. I think this place has always just been a middle of the road meh for me. So I'm just going to say 50-50. I mean, it was some terrible, terrible, terrible things that happened there and some brutal, brutal things that happened to those people, but I don't know. I'm going to say 50-50.
Okay.
So what about you, babe?
I say no.
Okay.
I say no because usually when I'm like, yes, it's because there was a lot of emotion, but these people might not even have known they were being killed.
That's what I'm saying. Like
they were in bed asleep. They
Mhm.
probably, I mean, if I took an axe and turned it around to the blunt side and smashed you as hard as I could with it, you're not waking up.
right. You're going further to sleep.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
I'm not even sure that they even knew that they were being killed, you know?
Mhm.
So I don't feel like there was a lot of that emotion, like that emotion and fear and stuff that we've talked about. Now, I could
Yeah.
be wrong. They could have woken up. I don't know, but I just don't see it.
Mhm.
And up until this one night, this family they were living the life, you know, they lived a good life. They
Yeah.
lived in small town America. Everybody loved them. You know, they had sleepovers with the local kids. And I don't see it. It's a terrible tragedy what happened, obviously.
Absolutely.
I mean, that it's just bad. But I don't personally think that there's much going on here at all. If anything, I don't see it.
Okay.
And
I mean, that's fair.
I've seen a lot of people. I've seen real ghost hunter videos that go here, and they don't have anything happen.
Mhm.
It's a creepy house because
You know the history.
something did happen there.
Yeah.
But I mean, so no seal this week. But it is what it is. And if you think it is,
Tell us why.
Yeah, tell us why.
Yeah.
Comment below why you think it is, or if you had an experience there. But that's just where we are right now. And again, like I always say, we will eat our own words happily on camera for you guys if we're wrong.
Absolutely. Like
But,
a big old bowl alphabet cereal.
Soup. Oh,
Soup?
okay. Soup
Well, they
cereal.
make
Cereal soup.
They make cereal too. It's alphabet cereal.
I will bet you could go to the store right now and you'd have a better chance of finding alphabet soup than alphabet cereal. Do they make alphabet cereal anymore?
I don't know. I just remember I used to have it.
God, you're old. But that's the story.
Shut up.
That's the story of the Villisca Axe Murder House. And where can they find us?
Well, they can find us on Instagram at For The B-oos _podcast and on Facebook at For The B-oos.
You can also find us on X at For The B-oos, right here on YouTube at For The B-oos, and over TikTok at For The B-oos. And shout out to our Patreons.
That's
We've got
right.
Mr. Joe You Matter. Teresa, oh my gosh, Donald, thank you. And Tina Madot and Milady. I don't know what to say here.
I don't know what you were doing.
I don't know. I was trying to go somewhere with it. But if you'd like to help us out on the show and join our Patreon, it's down here, you know,
We do an extra-
For The B-oos _podcast at patreon.com.
That's right. That's where we do an extra podcast on top of the one we do here and our reaction videos on YouTube. And it's just, we just read crazy, sometimes good stories from the internet.
No,
and
I
just kinda
figured
hang
out a way.
out.
I figured out a way to find better ones.
Okay. Yeah.
We did it last week.
We did it last week. Yes.
It's a good time. If you don't mind the fact that it's less family friendly, then yeah, you'll enjoy it. But it's not like this. We keep it family friendly on here.
Yeah.
And don't forget, if you have a suggestion on something you'd like us to do other than Halloween, because I have one picked out for Halloween that I am so excited to do.
All right.
But any other day of the year that you want to hear something that we haven't done yet, let us know. Or even if maybe there's something that we did like way back when we started and you'd want to hear us redo it, because I actually have an idea of one I want to redo after listening to it. Send that in. Or did I say personal story?
No.
Okay. Or if you have a personal story, if you had an experience of some kind, or you know, maybe you and an investigation group went out somewhere and something crazy happened, or you just have some kind of crazy story that you want to tell everybody, write it into forthebooze12@gmail.com. I'm trying to stay on track. I am not feeling great.
We're both kind of all over the place.
Yeah, I'm not feeling
It's
good
fine.
today. So with that's it though, right?
That is it.
Did I get it this time?
We did it.
God, one of these days I'll get it together. After all these years, you'd think I'd have it by now. Go ahead and take us out.
Well, thank you everybody so much for listening, and we will See you in the next one.
Bye. Check your attic before you go to sleep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Steve,
So
Steve and Megan, nice job. Nice job. Yeah.
so Steve, you probably are not gonna really quite understand this. Jode does not like dragon for specific reasons. Um,
Yeah.
can't really tell you on stream as to why. If she wants to tell you, she can tell you. That's up to her. If not, she might let me tell you on Facebook. Um, yep. And Sammy here is from Australia.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh
he,
yeah.
yep.
So
So
Sammy is about 16. Sammy, just to confirm, right? You're about 16 hours ahead of Toronto, Canada, aren't you? About 16 hours. We have a couple friends of ours that live in Australia too. So usually they're
yeah.
about 16 to 17 hours ahead. Yeah. Depending on the time.
Sammy and I have been great friends. He's my great, fantastic Australian. Oh
Thank
my
you.
god, Cece, yes. Big Ed, aka SSS, or whatever he changed his name to,
I don't know.
is Dragon's little lover. Um,
Okay.
it's quite entertaining.
Oh boy.
Um, so the fact that he just called him a lizard, I love that. I still remember the time you came up and you're like, I was cleaning here and I found a lost bag of marbles. Were they yours? Oh,
Well,
I
well,
love that. That
Silver.
was entertaining.
Before you, yeah. Feel like I'm definitely a co-host tonight. Okay, so Silver, let's go ahead and review, and then I want to go ahead and hear your Caroline story, and then I'll quickly tell you about our sojourn into Sedona, and let you know what we came across there. So,
Same here.
what was your review of your relatives, Steve and
Has,
Megan, the podcast?
has it really been 5 years? Because I lost track with a lot of people recently of how long it's been. Because Pikachu, it's been since 2018.
Yeah.
Thank you. Trying to kill me while I'm live? Come on. I know you're being. I know you're watching. I'm not being mean. I'm just saying that that stream interview was quite entertaining on my end. And Trusty Abe absolutely loved it too. It was just Dragon Little Wizard himself just was very hangry at that time. Because we yelled at him for not getting his freaking Popeye. Shut up, Cece! Not helping. Not helping, damn it.
So
God.
what'd you think of your relatives podcast tonight, sweetie? What'd you think?
That was a lot better than the other day, to be honest with you, because I reviewed the Philadelphia hospital, and I'm not even kidding. I legitimately thought I was gonna like vomit. Like the
Wow.
horrific details that they've done to people. I was like, "Ugh," like trying
Uh,
not to vomit.
uh,
Thank God I didn't. But you have great Patreon people too.
you do.
Very
You do.
great recommendations as far as stories to go into. And I'm glad you guys are growing. I've heard that Bad to the Bones has shouted you out recently. So I'm happy for that. You
Yeah.
guys really need to grow, and I'm really happy to have my community here to help you with that.
we can definitely help you, and we would love to have you come up here too, to do a live with me and Silver, and and be able to talk with us and let us know what you got planned. And I like the fact that you're gonna at least do a story about that Jerome Grand Hotel. It is haunted as anything. And you thought the Villisca, Iowa Axe House is, yeah. Jerome Grand is
Mm.
definitely haunted. There's no doubts there. Gotta tell you, firsthand experience. Just both of us. It was frightening. Yeah, it was. But we made it. We were fine. We got out of it. No problem.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I like the as for my review, I did enjoy uh Steve, you and Megan's podcast here. I really did enjoy your information you had about the Axe House. I appreciated all the edits you made, everything that went through. Yeah, I liked it. I am really interested in knowing what other places you guys get to do. I would love to see what else you do. Yes. Be on the lookout. We will do Jerome soon. That is awesome. Thank you. Yeah. And Steve, if you want to use our experience, rewatch this when you rewatch the this video tonight, the StreamYard video. Um, you'll hear me and Suzanne, our experience there at the hotel, what we went through, pictures we took, pictures we couldn't take, batteries that just drained for no reason, and a call out of nowhere from my mother, nonetheless, who is very attuned to me, and like Suzanne is, and she's telling me about the area, and I almost forgot, and I said, "Oh my gosh!" So there was a lot of coincidences that day, and I can tell you, it was all paranormal. I mean, yeah, yeah, it was just real freaky. And I think we just lost Silver there for a minute. You okay, Silver? Oh,
Something. If you go to the hotel and you go, and there's a sofa there near the bathrooms, don't sit in the middle seat.
yeah. Oh, and Steve, one last thing we want to tell you about that hotel. If you go up there to the second floor, there is a restaurant get this, the restaurant is called the Asylum Restaurant and Bar. I kid you not, that is what it's called up there on the second floor. And if you go in the middle of the hallway, there is a sofa off to your left. And if you go to see that sofa, don't sit in the middle seat. There is always a spirit that sits there. I kid you not. I sat next to the spirit myself. It felt like Arctic cold. And they had no AC. Well, they had a fan on, okay? But the fan was not cold enough to be what I felt. Because I feel, like I said, I feel spirits. She sees them. She said, "Careful, honey, don't sit on the spirit." That's what she told me out of nowhere, just told me. And I was like, and there is a big, huge mirror, which is also in that hallway. That is a portal. And I'll tell you why, real quick. That is a portal for where the spirits go back and forth between one part of the hotel and through that mirror. And I could feel them. I could feel them go in and out. It was like an expressway. There's just a whole bunch of them there. It freaks the heck out of you. Oh yeah, yeah. So it's time, definitely. Megan knows what she's talking about. Oh yeah, the Augustine Lighthouse. Yes, I've heard about that. There's
Yep.
a lighthouse too here in Toronto. It's on the islands. Suzanne and I went there, saw a dark portal on our photograph. I took a photograph. Her stepped away. I took a photograph from a distance of the lighthouse, and off to the right of it, a black portal right there on my picture. Yep. Yep. And somebody got murdered there. A lighthouse keeper got murdered by soldiers there. Um, and they say the lighthouse keeper still haunts the lighthouse.
He
Yeah,
was
yeah.
cut into bits.
He was cut into bits.
They
That's what she
couldn't
said.
find all his body
They
parts.
couldn't find his body parts or anything. They think his body parts are still buried around the lighthouse.
God, that's
Yeah.
terrifying. Oh, God.
I'm telling you. We've seen some stuff. I know you two have seen, but believe me, we've seen some stuff ourselves. Yeah. Not kidding. Yeah, definitely do Jerome. That's yeah. That whole town's haunted. Not just the hotel. The whole town is haunted. And if you drive through at night, there's weird lights that you can't explain. I mean, they're not even like, you know, they're not even like store lights or anything because usually the town turns off a majority of all of its lights. But there are some weird lights you see that are floating around the town you can't explain. I don't know what they are. White orbs or whatever you call them, but they are all over the town. And there's a mine nearby. It's called Vulture Mine. There were some miners that died in that mine too. So there's a lot of them there. So yeah, definitely check it out. It's definitely fun. I'm sorry. Silver, go ahead. I mean, tell your Caroline story if you want to tell it now.
Before I tell the story, I do want to let you know that I'm trying my best so hard
Oh, cool.
to pretty much review an episode of you guys, maybe some other things as well. I do love, what was his name? Biro Gets Scared. I think I did a video on him last week. He seems pretty good. I would love to collab with him as well. So you weren't wrong on that. Um, but I'm gonna try so hard to like stream as much as I can this week every day. At a specific time. I'm trying to get my channels back together, if you will. It's not really going very well. I heard about that. I haven't quite yet. You are Sammy? We need to talk.
Yeah,
Why never you
okay.
spoke about it
I don't
before?
get scared.
Rude.
Okay. Dude, watch Side Eye Guy. Okay,
Um,
I will.
yeah, so I've already explained to Mikey about the whole thing about the Conjuring house drama thing that's been going on. I don't know if Sammy's been on it. Maybe. Don't really know. Sammy, this is why we need to talk more. God damn it. See? Sammy? Come on. You're supposed to be recommending things to me.
And that's cool. I need to check out your episode on Vulture Mine. Yes, I do, because
Oh, yes.
oh,
Did
oh
I
my God.
review
Wow.
that episode?
Yeah,
I
there's
don't
a
know
lot
if
of
I did.
deaths there. Yes. Yes.
Hmm.
And there was the Jerome Grand Hotel. One other thing I want to quickly mention: it is on native burial ground. It is on a native burial ground. It was a mental hospital before it became a hotel, called Verde Valley Mental Hospital. You got it. I mean, Megan's right. You guys, it's about time. You gotta do a whole detailed research on that hotel.
Oh,
Probably even
yeah.
try to stay there if you want. Just don't stay in their room on the third floor. I can't remember the third floor room number, but you don't want to stay there. No, not on the
Hey,
third floor, please.
at least you got someone as alive giving you recommendation, but also pre-warning you.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah, it was a
there
good one.
you go.
Yeah.
Check,
And check out the
check
shape
the
too. Oh wow. Okay.
Okay.
Well, now I can go and download all of your episodes there, Steve and Megan. Steve, yeah, definitely.
Yep, yep. Definitely have been growing. Alright, so
Go
about
ahead,
this
Caroline.
Caroline story.
Go ahead.
If any of you have watched the Caroline movies, it's
Animated movie.
about, a little girl who's into like some, I think her family's house or something like that. Their entire family's got, eyes of buttons and whatnot, and they're trying to get her to have them as whatever her birthday or something like that. It's been so long since I've seen the movie, but I remember some of it. As far as I know, there's it's based on a true story from the United Kingdom, county of Hampshire. I'm remembering this one from the top of my head from earlier this morning. Um, that there is a grandmother who lived on the outside of Hampshire. Um, but she had two kids. her son, well, actually, I don't know about the other kid, but she had a son. She had a daughter-in-law. They both had a newborn, which was a granddaughter. Apparently her son and her daughter-in-law got lost in a fire, in their own home. So there's a story of her being with her granddaughter in her own home, right? Just minding her own business, doing whatever she wants to do. Story told is that she is nuts and that um I guess there's kids that went up to the house, try to ask for this mysterious little girl, um, to come out and play. Like she was never able to come out and play. The grandmother kept her in the house pretty much her entire life, until one day these group of children decided to wait at nighttime to enter this entire mansion, I guess, that this grandmother has lived in with her granddaughter. And, well, first of all, I don't know how the grandmother didn't hear kids coming in, for one thing. But also, these group of kids found no mysterious little girl, no like big girl clothes or anything like that, no toys, nothing. The only thing that these group of kids have found was a baby crib. So when they walked up to this crib, there was, not even joking you, an actual baby in this crib, like so burnt that she's not even alive. She's been dead for quite a long time. So this grandmother, the truth is that the grandmother is telling people that, oh yeah, my granddaughter's in the house, blah blah blah. She's going up, this and that, which is not true. Her granddaughter has been dead for quite a long time from the fire. Um, and that for some weird reason, this grandmother decided to put buttons on this baby's eyes of where the eyes should go, and there was a string on the mouth of where the mouth would go. So pretty much it's kind of how the Caroline story has been created as a movie, except it's a little girl and the true story is actually a baby. And she was clinging this baby's life, or clinging the baby for life, or her entire time, as far as telling people that, yeah, she's alive, she miraculously survived the fire, which is not true. She ended up getting arrested and being sent to a mental hospital. So there's that. I don't know the entire full story. I should have tried to research it earlier, but I was talking to somebody in Discord and I sidetracked.
That's all right.
At least I'm being honest here.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, honey, if you want to tell them a little bit about the portal we came across. They always talk about time portals. Well, let me give you the introduction, and I'll have Suzanne tell the basic what she saw, and then I'll tell what I felt. So basically, Sedona, Arizona, for people who have not been there, uh, it's a new wave community. A lot of people live there that are under the impression that there are actual portals of time space continuum which exist in the vicinity of the town itself, or even on the highway before you go into the town, that is Highway 187. That is what is known as the State Route 187. Now, it is off what we call the I-17, Interstate 17 freeway, not too far from Flagstaff, Arizona, and not too far from Phoenix. So uh, it's almost about 3/4 of the way from Phoenix and almost to Flagstaff. Now, when you come off this road to go to Sedona, this highway, one direction leads to a place called Beaver Creek. The other, which I took her to also, the other one heads into town. Now, before we got into town, I'm going to let Suzanne tell you what she saw. Babe, do you remember?
When we were going to this one place, and in the middle, between the place we're going, it was getting late, so we stopped at this motel. And it was the most traumatic experience I ever had. Felt like I was being trapped in a room. It had a brown door, and I couldn't get out. There was no handle, and I was calling for help. And Mikey woke me up. I was actually digging my nails and clawing the desk beside me. And I kept hearing him far away, and then finally I was able to get out of there with Mikey getting me up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's in the town called Salome, Arizona, is where she had an actual experience where she was trapped. And her finger marks are still, I think, probably still there in the dresser where she was trying to get out. And I somehow got her out of there. Yeah, yeah. It's called the Stanford, just like the college, the Stanford Inn. And we spent one night there. We'll never spend a night there ever again. Uh, it supposedly is a place which has a witch's coven on site. Those are rumors. I can't confirm that, so YouTube, please don't knock us down or anything for that. However, However, that being said, the motel itself had the weirdest vibes I've ever felt in my life. And not only that, oh no, this is on what was that state route again, babe? 93. It's off of State Route 93. Uh Boo or Steve. Yeah, it's off of State Route 93. It's called the Stanford Inn. It's a motel attached to a restaurant slash bar. But when we went there that night to stay, the bar was barely open. There was dark lights, some little lights on, but barely anybody there. And there was a note that just said at the front, I walked out of the car, went over to see if I could find a manager to let us, to pay.
The bartender said, "Take any place. It's all open and available."
Right. The bartender came to the door and said, just take any place. It's available. Pay in the morning. Just come by the place in the morning and pay. And that was the weirdest night I ever went through. I hope we never go to that place again. It is completely haunted. It was the weirdest. Oh yeah, I know where the 666 is. They actually changed that. That was off the Shiprock, New Mexico. That's one of the towns there. It's right off the. I've driven that. And that's haunted. That's haunted too. Yeah, it's partly in New Mexico, partly in Arizona, and it's near the Navajo Reservation, which is near Shiprock, in that area. I have been there too, my friend, Steve. But also what we encountered quickly there in Sedona was we were driving in the freeway or the highway, sorry, not a freeway, the highway going into town. Next thing we know, my wife is telling me, hey, I see some a native riding a horse outside. And I looked over and I was getting the weirdest feeling of dread. And I look over and I see nothing. Like there's supposed to be buildings, cars, all this stuff. All I see, this is just me, all I saw was plain desert. As far as the eye could see, couldn't see anything. This out of our own car. She saw a native on a horse walking right by us, just not even paying attention, just riding right by us. And this lasted
Time ported. back to when the natives roamed.
Right. The way we were teleported back to the Old West, and how long did that last for, babe, at your time?
Just no more than 30 seconds.
Yeah, no more than like less than a minute. Probably about 30, 45 seconds. Yeah. Just insane, Steve. Yeah, Sedona is nuts. If you've I don't know if you both have done a show about that, but the town itself is haunted too in ways. It's got all these, like I said, different time portals that go out of. But yeah, but if you stay at the Stanford Inn in Salome, make sure make sure you bring a camera or something, or do some research on it because, like I said, the rumors are still there. It could have a witches come in part of it because it was so mysterious. Didn't even know who to talk to. Even the next morning, we went in. There was one lady, right, that was sitting there at the cashier place. We paid her for the room, and she said, "Thank you." That's all she said. Didn't offer us anything. There was supposed to be breakfast or something was supposed to come. Didn't offer us anything. Just said thank you. Took the receipt. Boom, and we were gone. That was it. We'll never go back. We'll never go back there. It was completely haunted. So Jerome, Arizona, Sedona, Arizona, Salome, Arizona, all places to check out. They are absolutely haunted. There is mysterious stuff going on at every place. So I hope I didn't take too long on that one.
Oh no. I was about to say because you kind of reminded me of something. So there is a building near here. I don't know what that building is. I can find anything. It's just a big, giant, like abandoned building just sitting on the corner, on the street. I don't. My mom and I think that it was a school, but I'm not 100% sure on that. And we also live near about two different big cemeteries.
Wow. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool. Yeah. I'm just catching up what Steve here said. That's really interesting though, Silver. Well, I know that the whole areas there are different areas in Boston proper and all over New England which are completely haunted.
Yeah,
I know
it's
don't
funny.
forget that Salem is nearby where you had the witch
Right,
trials.
right. Oh, I love Salem,
Oh my God.
especially in
I
Salem.
told Suzanne I said, look, if we ever go to Boston, if we ever go to that area, we're going to Salem first. I want to go to
Go
Salem.
for it. Go
I want to
for
go
it.
to Salem.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have told Mike, I think Mike already knows about the Bridgewater Triangle.
The
You've
Bridgewater
know,
Triangle. Yes.
yes,
Wow.
so he was born in the Bridgewater Triangle. Um,
I have heard stories about that Bridgewater Triangle. My
yes.
parents, well, here's a weird story, just real quick. My parents took a trip to Ireland and Scotland. They flew over the Bermuda Triangle and nothing happened to them. So I don't know. I mean, there's all sorts of, things that happen to people out there and, ships and planes and everything that disappear and boats and things. I don't know.
Yep,
Didn't
yep.
happen to my parents, so they flew right over it. Yeah. So yeah, not everyone gets that thing right. That's what Suzanne was just saying.
Uh, my
Yeah.
phone's going off because somebody is calling a Facebook group that they know I'm live. Like, come on. What I was gonna say was, damn it, they distracted me. Um, must be why I'm a spooky boy.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm
You're a
gonna
modern
tell
haunted? Oh wow.
I'm gonna
Okay.
tell you right now, Steve,
Haunted.
that
Wow.
ever since I
Okay.
know you, I knew there's something spooky about you.
Yeah.
I
So where
knew
do
you were a spooky
you
boy.
can you say what state they actually live in, Silver? You don't have to say the city or town, but
Oh, I
what state
can
do they live?
private check it to you.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Yeah, because he says here we don't get to travel to these places, unfortunately. We have kids in school and it's just not in the cards for us. But we don't live too far from Arizona, so we may have to check it out. Yeah, please check out at least those three places. And if you've never been to Grand Canyon, go there too. And try to stay at the El Tovar Hotel. which is right there on the south rim. It's completely haunted. There are stories of voices, apparitions, a man who jumps off the rim of the canyon and goes in, and you don't know where he went. There's a guy who hung himself, and you'll see his spirit on with a rope hanging on a tree. There's all sorts of stuff there too, the Altavar, and I've been there. It is haunted. Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
just a bad vibe about the whole place. It's just if you go there.
okay.
You're in Utah? Oh, he said it. Okay. Oh,
Yep.
great, good, cool. Yeah, definitely check it out. Yeah.
I kind of just remembered what I was gonna say to you. Um,
Oh, he just told me. Okay.
basically,
Oh yeah, cool.
um,
Thank you. Yeah.
I know Trusty Ape hasn't been in the or on the channel for quite a while, but we do talk. I pretty sure you liked Trusty Ape there, Steve, and he loves your channel too. As what you know. Um, he, him and I have spoken about like a scenario, perhaps, of if my team and I don't know if Sammy would be up for it because I know he's from Australia and he's constantly busy. That in his scenario, we would love to come to your house if we visit in Utah for some investigation. It would be awesome. He thinks it would be awesome to meet you in person, and I don't blame him. It has been a while. That would be great to have it happen. Dragon will probably be on the leash if that were to happen. No offense to Dragon, but I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So, Steve, thank you for telling me. No, but to be fair, like I said, this is the first time I was introduced to your podcast with
Mhm.
Megan, your wife, and yeah, no, first time. And so, thank you for telling me you're in Utah. I used to live before I met Suzanne. She's originally from Newfoundland. She lived in St. John's, Newfoundland, close to where the Titanic Museum is, which I want to go see too. I want to go see the Titanic Museum. Um, but also, I first of all, I lived in San Francisco for a couple of years. I was born there and lived there for a few years. Then I moved to Arizona and I was there for most of my life. But I have lived for a few months in Colorado Springs, Colorado. And another place I lived in was Oklahoma. I lived in different places in Oklahoma and was first witness to my first tornado, and also the witness to the devastation that's done to towns in Oklahoma along the tornado alley. So I saw firsthand devastation, totally gone, like off the map. That's how bad the twisters are out there. Um, and then I've been to Florida too. I was trying out for the United States Navy. Didn't quite make it, but I got out of there honorably, discharged, and I was there for about 4 weeks. And I was in a base that no longer exists. It's in a town called Altamont Springs, Florida. It was there, but it's no longer there now. But that's close to Orlando. So if I had stayed on um, when we would have had our 3-day pass, they said I could go to Walt Disney World, which is close by, I guess. So, but
Okay,
never had
I
that
think it's
opportunity.
a
So,
little weird that you just brought that up. So Chelsea just came back earlier today. As a matter of fact, of a week of being in Orlando.
wow, really, wow,
Uh,
wow,
yeah, that's actually also where her brother passed away too. Was in Florida. Um,
wow, wow.
so it's weird that like we're all just connecting here like that.
Oh,
It
sure,
doesn't always work that way for some reason.
yeah.
Um, there's some other things too, as my brain is just.
And I don't know if Steve heard earlier. Um, I might spoil this for you a little bit, Steve. But earlier in our streamcast here, I mentioned to Silver, that my wife had mentioned a fact about this one medium. Her name is Amy Allen, and she had gone to the Villisca house there, and also, and had gone through it herself. And she said that the spirits told her, "Leave us alone." Flat out just said, "Leave us alone," like she could hear it as plain as day. That's what Miss Allen said. Yeah, Amy Allen. She was a medium. Yeah, that went through it. Yeah. So I don't know if you knew that information too, but that's yeah, that was something that Suzanne was able to look up and check on. And, yeah. So interesting. I love hate with the medium thing on this podcast. Oh,
I don't
okay.
blame you. I really do not blame you on that. Um, yeah, that's.
Well, it's hard. It's hard to. Okay. Sometimes I'd like to compare mediums to palm readers, fortune tellers, magicians.
Cold readers, and there are legitimate ones.
Yeah, there are cold readers and the legitimate ones, as Suzanne just said. Yeah, it's like Megan said, 50-50, right? There are some that are so accurate uh, that they can be believed, and then there are others which just you don't know. I mean, you just say, yeah, okay, but I mean they don't make sense. So yeah, no,
Since
there's a lot of
you
things going on. Yeah.
say that, go and look at the channel called Live Sci-Fi. That guy, I cannot. Like, he is beyond ridiculous. He's a kid. He's dumb. I'm sorry, it's true. That's where Ox got Big Egg from, just to pasteurize Johnny.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Yeah, and I'm probably behind, but Steve said he lived in Titusville, Florida. Right. Okay. Yeah, where rockets were. Yeah, some were launched there. Yes. Yeah, I remember reading about that Titusville. And he does say there's too many people faking things out there. Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is.
there,
Ruining it for everyone. I agree. I
why do
totally agree.
you think with, especially with my main channels too, I'm as real as I can really get. I hate pretending to be someone who I'm really not. I'm real with my family. So I don't, you probably really don't know this, Steve, but I don't call my community like my people like how every other people do. I usually call them my family because I treat them like family. If they want to treat me the way that they want to be treated, I treat them with respect and they do it the same for me. And I like that.
Oh yeah.
There
Silver
has
knows.
been
Yeah.
fallout recently with a few people, but what are you saying?
Well, Silver knows it too because she's been to our uh, YouTube channel also, Mikey Sue's 4, as it states right there. That's how it shows on the. If you want to go ahead and subscribe there, you and Megan Steve, that'd be much appreciated. We need only 12 more to 200, so we're trying to get at least to 200. We want to do something special for people if we can get to 200. Sorry, little self promotion there. Sorry about that. But anyway, but anyway, no, the point I'm trying to make is that like Silver, our channel believes in family. It's not just a community with us, it is a family. And we consider every subscriber that has subscribed to our channel and has been in our streams and webcam and live and so forth. They all treat us well. We all treat each other well in there. I don't think we've had any real radical problems, or nobody talks about any of the taboo subjects we talk about that others people talk about. Um, yeah, we're a family. So and like Silver, like I said, we believe in family. We believe that if you treat us with respect, we treat you with respect. We also know that our family members are the most responsible for making our channel what it is. We accept that they are the ones that have brought us to where we are and how successful we are. And it's all to them. It's all due to them. And it really is. And we believe in that. And I do a prayer. I just do a general prayer for everyone at the end of every webcam and stream that I do. I started doing that since just late last year because that's when I started streaming. I'm still a newbie. I'm still learning. Every day I'm learning new things about StreamYard. So I am in no way an expert. Neither of us on that. But I will say that ever since I started doing just a general prayer, not like the Our Father and things, unless for some special occasion. But I just do a general prayer, and everybody, and I mean everyone, has been very accepting of it. And it's not enforcing or pushing beliefs on anyone. It's just giving everyone a general prayer for you, saying, hope you all are doing well, your family, your friends, your relatives, your kids, your nieces, nephews, everyone, grandparents, uncles, aunts, just the entire family. And we do that for every one of our subscribers that appears in the chat, and we say it for everybody else that we know. So if you like that, oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Steve. Oh, thank you. Really, I feel blessed. Oh no, I feel humble. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, deal. There you go, subscribe. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Yeah, and he says, well, that's where I knew Simply Strange from. Yeah, years ago they had a channel called Lane and Ben, and they faked everything. Yeah, that can happen. And he also says, I believe in Cindy Kaza. I believe she's hot anyway. And he laughs out loud. Come on, I think Megan is better for you. Come on now.
I mean, I love Megan. The reaction she gives, everything that she does
Thank you.
on the show it's awesome. I really do love the fact that you two work with each other with these things.
Yeah.
Really, really happy for you. I know I've
Yeah,
never met her in person yet. I would really love to.
Oh.
Yeah.
My wife's a smoke show. Okay. Well, my wife is gorgeous too, so but she's a
Yeah.
little camera shy, which is understandable. It's okay. She's
I don't
beautiful.
want. I
No,
really
whatever. He is. I love Suzanne. Um, hmm, I'm not sure. She would like to meet you too. Thank you. Thank you. Um, I tell you this. Um, just real briefly, you know how Suzanne and I met? We met 14 years ago, March 1st of 2010, and I was just joining Facebook. Because my dad had told me previously, a couple of months before, he had said, well, don't go and do MySpace. So I said, okay, I won't do MySpace. And he says, well, you're on Yahoo and the email. I said, yeah, no, I'm fine. Yahoo's fine. And then I told him I wanted to try Facebook. And he said, well, who do you know on I said, I don't know anybody on Facebook. Maybe I'll meet somebody. Maybe I'll know somebody. And lo and behold, the first day I come on Facebook, there's one guy I met on there uh, who reminded me of a song that Sir Elton John had sung, Benny and the Jets. And he was this leader of he said a Jets club. He spelled it with two T's. And then that's where I met Suzanne, was that first day. And we connected ever since. So yeah, 14 years we've been happily together. We got married in Arizona in front of my parents. They were witnesses, not only to our wedding, but two others. So we've been happily married for 8 years. So since we got married there. Before that, we got married in a ceremony because she's a minister. So she married both of us with one witness, and that was in Niagara Falls. So we've actually been married for 9 years there, here in Canada. So yeah, I mean and the rest is history. So it's wonderful, and we have two beautiful cats, of course. But we're cat lovers. We're always cat lovers. We love them. So
Um, there is two new people. I don't know if one of them I've spoken to recently. He goes by the name of Matt in the Hat. I did talk to Matt in the Hat earlier. He does have
amen.
a YouTube channel. he said he will come by and subscribe and support in any way he can. Um,
Cool.
he's a good friend of mine. He's my second favorite Australian friend who also sings. So, okay, here's where it's funny. Sammy and Matt and the Hat both are my great Australian friends, right?
Oh, cool.
They're
Cool.
both great family friends, but also they both sing. Now, they
Yeah.
both will tell you that, oh, they can't sing this and that. I call bull. Um, they both
Good.
can.
Good.
They're
You got to
really good.
reveal them and get them out there, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
really good people. I've helped Sammy out with his microphone and all that stuff. We've helped each other out. As far as Matt and the Hat goes, he will try to come around. You might come see him in the chat, you might not. Who knows? He is brand new here, so whenever he does come into the side chat, for anyone who wants to greet him, go for it.
Yeah.
Please do not try to scare him away. I know he has mentioned to me that he's got, I guess I can really say, a love and a hate thing when it comes to paranormal, which I don't really blame him. He's got his own opinion, and I'm not gonna try to rip that away from him. He's free to speak whatever. That's what I do on
Sure.
this channel. And I have another friend who I recently has met. His name is King J. I already forgot the rest of his name, because I only call him by King J. Um, and he's a veteran. He, I think, loves his stuff. I did recommend him your show, Steve, so I don't know if he's gonna actually come watch those with me or not. But he's also a nice person. So two new people so far. Um, really glad that my channels are growing as slowly as they can be, which I'm fine with. I'm not here to rush people. I let people do whatever, is free. I accept everyone except, well, trolls.
Yeah.
Um, those are the
Or
ones I
bots.
don't
Or
accept.
bots. Bots are terrible. Yeah.
Bots, scammers,
Certain bots are
trolls,
terrible
all that
too.
stuff.
Right.
Um, but, I'm glad that we are getting new people to come support us, and you have my entire community who is helping you as well. So that's a plus. That's what I love to find out, and I hope it stays that way.
I love you.
I know you are, and I don't blame you.
Okay.
Yeah,
But he
you
says, yeah, good woman is hard to find. Definitely. Nowadays, yes, it's very hard.
you
Um,
should have heard him on the interview that we did with him. The first thing that I said was, I don't know how I'm gonna ask you questions because this is a little awkward. He's like, I'm your mom's brother. Don't talk to me or think of me as your mom's brother. Think of me as this. I'm like, well, that doesn't help. So
oh, you're very
it's hard.
welcome. He says, thank you for
It's
all the
really
support. We
hard.
appreciate you. Well, thank you. We appreciate you too, Stephen Macon. Um, yeah. Um, I, I'll tell you a quick story about traveling through Utah. Have both of you been to Zion National Park yet? Just the question. Zion National Park is a beautiful park. Uh, it does have a dark history though. Um, recently, I mean, one of the gentlemen in the chat was telling me he was really interested in 411 stories, the missing persons. Well, okay. Believe it or not, there are a few missing persons stories that have occurred in Zion National Park, one of the national parks there in Utah. Um, I would have to do a little more research myself on this, but I do know there's a few. My parents and the rest of my siblings, my brother and my two sisters, all of us, we went to Zion and we spent camp there the night and everything. Everything was fine. I mean, you know, not much happened to us or anything. I will say though, and this just came to me in my head because it's probably back in my subconscious. But I do know that for most of the night, I felt uneasy because even though we were under the stars and everything, with our campsite and everything that was there, right next to our vehicles, we didn't have to worry, we didn't have to go too far. Um, but I know that I was uneasy the whole night. I can't explain it. I don't know what was going on. Uh, yeah, because you live in the mountains. Yeah, it's pretty far, right? But my advice is if you do get a chance, go to try Zion National Park and try to spend a night there if you can, camp there or whatever. See what it's like. Take your kids with you too, yeah. If they're old enough to still come with you guys. Yeah, the four of you, definitely. It is worth it. It's beautiful country, lots to see. The night sky is completely clear. I guarantee you, I mean, even through trees, we could see the night sky was completely clear. Everything was beautiful um, in Zion. So, yeah, definitely, yeah, check it out if you haven't had a chance yet. Go visit it. It's beautiful. Like I said, beautiful country, great scenery, wonderful. Yeah, yeah, it's an experience. It is. Yeah. So that was one place I wanted to mention to you in Utah if you haven't seen yet. So yeah, Zion. 5,000 feet up. Wow, it's lovely. That's beautiful, Steve. Yeah, you and Megan are lucky. Yeah, being able to live in a high elevation like that. Yeah, there's a lot to see. 5,000 feet up. I've been to. I was with a evil ex-wife back at the time, but I did get to go to the top of Pikes Peak, over 19,000 feet high. Yeah, and there's an actual cryptid crossing going both ways that says Bigfoot, beware of Bigfoot, a Bigfoot crossing in yellow sign on either side. It's insane. In Colorado, yeah. Yeah, on the way to Pikes Peak. Yeah, it's gorgeous. I mean, the air is very thin up there. You're like I said, you're over 19,000 feet high, and the temperature drops radically. I mean, on the bottom, it was about 80 degrees. We get to the top, 30 degrees. Yeah, I had to wear 2 layers of clothing to when we got to the top. So yeah, but I can cross it off like, oh yeah, Bigfoot is real. Yes, he is. Yeah, yeah. We have them in Arizona. There's a supposedly a family. There was some photographic evidence done, which was passed along to the Arizona Republic. I've seen the photo, so I can tell you it looked honestly like a cryptid family of four. And they were walking from a highway that goes up to Payson. It's called State Route 87. And they were going up from the highway itself. They were only briefly there, and the short video or short picture shows them as they're climbing into the brush, into the Mogollon Rim area, which is up there. So yeah, there are cryptids that exist that far up there. Yeah.
So I don't know if you know this about me, Steve. Here's the thing. I am a huge, not fan of heights. I am terrified of heights. Even though as a short person myself, I hate heights. So if people are gonna try to bring me on like this giant high like thing, that's gonna be a no from me. Unless you blindfold me and then bring me up there, fine. But if like I'm actually having to go up there and see it the entire time, that's a no for me. Oh, good, we're on the same page.
Well, Suzanne is with you too. The first time I came here to live in this country in Canada, and literally, she took me to downtown and showed me the CN Tower, right? That's one of the highest, tallest in North America. And so I went by myself. She stayed on the bottom. I went all by myself to the very top, took some pictures up there and everything. Yeah. Just me by myself. Now, my dad loves heights. And I told our mother and father, look, if you're going to come visit us someday here in Toronto, I'll take you, Dad. You and me, we'll go to the top of the tower, and my mother and Suzanne can stay on the bottom, go shopping.
I get vertical sickness. That's why I don't go.
Yeah, she gets vertical sickness, so she's there with you, Silver.
Well,
Yeah, my wife's right there with you. Believe me, and you, Steve. Yeah.
hey, we're the non-height people, non-height group. There we go.
Yeah. Right, right. Well, that's understandable if you've never like, because Florida, I don't know, it's generally flat, right? I mean, mostly, pretty much. So yeah, even coming from Florida and then going up into Utah, which does have very high elevation mountains up there, even outside of Salt Lake City is big, huge, tall, and I've driven, like I said, we've driven through Utah, so yeah, it is. It gets very high, and if you're not used to it, yes, you do get elevation sickness. So yeah, I can understand that you had that. I totally can understand it. Um, yeah, but he says it's not how you think it is. Well, yeah, please send us pics. That'd be cool. I'd love
Oh
to see
yeah, he,
pics.
he just sent me a photo. I'm gonna save it to my computer.
Oh, cool.
If it will load
Yeah, when
it.
you get a chance, send pics. Yeah, definitely. Oh, right, right. Florida is below sea level. Yes, I do know that. Yeah.
You want to hear something funny?
Yeah.
We went to Hope, Arizona,
Yeah.
and when you leave Hope, Arizona, and the back of the sign says "Welcome to Hope," and when you go past it, it says "You're beyond hope."
Did you hear that, Silver? There's a town
Yeah,
called, yeah, Hope, Arizona. You go to the sign, it says "Welcome to Hope." When you leave the town, it says "You're beyond hope."
yeah. I'm sorry to say this, but I'm on the Beyond Hope side. Um,
Yeah, I remember that,
I'm
honey. That's
on
funny.
Hope
Yeah, that's
side.
funny. Okay, so this
This
is
is
pictures they had. Okay.
this is one of them.
Okay.
Oops, that's not the one.
Is that a little
Yeah.
brother or something?
No, that was my mistake. That was a photo I sent to him.
Whoops.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
amazing.
there he is. Okay. Well, we hiked up. Okay.
Um,
Hey, so the
oh,
waterfalls from the other day, we climbed the mountain and had lunch up there while we hiked up. Oh, that's beautiful.
okay. I'm a little bit jealous of your photography here.
I call
I
jealousy on this
love
one.
photos like this. This
I call
is
jealousy on this one. Yeah, I do.
that's
Oh,
beautiful.
I know. There's another one right in Utah called the Arches National Park. Is that right? Tell me if that's right or wrong. I think there was a place called Arches because it looked like one of the places you might have gone was Arches. Tell me if that's right or wrong. Yeah, it's amazing here. That's why we. Well, yeah, it's amazing. Great
Really,
scenery. Oh, go ahead. Moab. Okay, Moab. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Moab, Utah. Yeah, I've been there. Hmm. Yeah,
I'm
beautiful.
jealous. I'm
It is gorgeous. It is gorgeous. There is some beautiful mountains up there. There really is.
that
Oh,
was beautiful right there too.
now you tell. Yeah. That place in the pic we sent was called Devil's Kitchen. Oh, I can understand that.
Ooh, you
Now,
captured a rainbow.
yeah, you did. That's cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, Steve, if you and Megan get a chance, check out the Mormon temple in Salt Lake City. I went to see where the Mormon Tabernacle choir sing. It is cavernous, but it is beautiful. There's so many like pews laid out where the choir sings and practices year round, and it was just gorgeous. We were one of the rare families that got to go in there and take a tour and go in there and look at it, and yeah, we're not Mormon, we're Catholics, but you know, they didn't care. And this was back in, you know, early early 70s, 1970s, I'll say, somewhere around there. But yeah, we got a chance to go into the Mormon Tabernacle Choir place of the temple and yeah, got to see it. So yeah, it's beautiful. There's another rainbow. How cute!
Awesome capture.
That's great. Yeah.
Right there
Yeah,
too.
and and some of the homes you have there remind me of a home that I
How
lived in
many
Colorado.
photos do you have?
Yeah, beautiful. Well, you do see
Oh
a lot
my
of
god,
rainbows. Yeah, that's
that
beautiful.
is a great photo of the entire rainbow.
I think he had a double rainbow there. That's a rare thing if you see a double rainbow. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, you know
That's on
what?
the
Are you
roadside.
jealous? Like, I'm very jealous of this kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Um, that is awesome.
And there's Megan, right? That's Megan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's amazing.
She's right there. Beautiful.
I
And
just
like
very
Steve
jealous.
said, Bigfoot is real. Bigfoots do exist, and it's Bigfoots or is it big feet? I don't know.
Hold
Pluralize,
on. Let me
pluralize
let
it.
me scroll up a little. He wrote
Sasquatches,
Bigfoot.
whatever you want to call them, Sasquatches or big feet
Yes,
or what? Yeah, they live
Sasquatch.
in it. Yeah, Sasquatches. Yeah, they do live. Yeah,
It
the
was
cryptids. I just call them the cryptids. They do live in Utah too. They're all over the
yeah.
place.
If I
Yeah,
remember correctly, I've done a review on like just random scary videos from somebody. I forget what the channel was. But like
yeah, it's
so
beautiful
much
scenery. Really well.
Sasquatch videos came through, and
Yeah.
there was one that I swear I'm not even kidding you. Sounded like a Bigfoot just stabbed his big toe and just screamed throughout the entire wall. I'm like, well, if you hear a giant scream from Bigfoot, that's him accidentally stubbing his toe into something.
Yeah, and thank you, Steve. Yeah, Bigfoots, he says he believes is the Greek plural. I agree. Yeah, Bigfoots sounds like, yeah, definitely. Yeah,
Something like that, yeah.
something like that. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a few things. I mean, we drove through part of Washington or part of Oregon, things we can't explain. We heard noises, can't explain it. Uh, someone or something let a big Angus cow out of its pen area in a big land area, and it was in the middle of the road we were driving on. It's right there. Big Angus cow, huge thing. Don't know how we got around it. We did though. I mean, got by it, but it didn't explain how it got there. I mean, just turn around the corner and boom, it's right there, right in front of us. Uh oh, oh yeah, Skinwalker Ranch. Yeah, I have heard so many things about that place.
Yes.
Oh my God, yeah.
Oh
He says we
god,
left not
he's got
far.
more
Yeah,
things. I'm
yeah,
just
you don't believe anything's out there, but they do say a lot of UFO activity. Not just UFO activity. Um, there's other things out there, cryptids, all sorts of things. Yeah, and I think the government. The last time I checked research on it, I believe the government has closed it off. It's private property now. So is that weird or what? I mean, if there's nothing there, why is the government all of a sudden saying it's private property? And you cannot trespass. You cannot
yeah.
go. I
Um,
hello. Yeah.
I completely forgot about this. I already feel so bad for Jesse right now. Jesse has a friend named Ben. That
Okay.
just like it just rhymes for some freaking reason.
You want me to put this down?
And Ben is a paranormal investigator. I
Yeah.
believe he has mentioned he is from Jesus. Salt
St.
Lake
George,
City.
St. George, Utah.
No, Salt Lake City, Utah, I believe.
Oh, he's from St. Oh, okay, Salt Lake City. Okay.
Like somewhere around there. All I know is that he's from Utah. Um, I think that's why Abe made the scenario of us like just hanging out at Steve's house in person. I think that's where that came from. I already completely forgot about Ben. Ben is a nice guy. I've checked his channel out on stream. Trusty Ape's friend Ben, who's a paranormal investigator. I gotta find through my phone. I have a link of his YouTube. I will send you a link when I find it. That Abe has given to me. I completely forgot about it. It's quite sad. Like I said, I already did review his channel. He's not bad, actually. He's pretty good.
That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. You were there. They were just in Salt Lake City, as he said. That's cool. Yeah, like I said, the big tabernacle. We got to take a tour. So yeah, pretty big. It was a really nice place. I'll tell you another quick story too. I was driving back. I was coming back after I had, unfortunately, I had my second divorce, but it was a mutual separation. So I was driving back, uh, coming back through New Mexico, and I did spend the night in Roswell, in the town itself. I wanted to give it a shot. I just wanted to spend the night there. I never went out to where they said the crash site was for the UFO back in '47. But I did stay in the town. The only thing I remember about that night, and I stayed in a really nice motel, by the way. I wish I could remember. Oh, Super 8, that's it. I stayed in the Super 8 motel there in Roswell. Really nice place. I got a discount because I used to work for a Super 8 back in Oklahoma. Um, and I stayed there overnight. The only thing I really felt was just kind of uneasy, but I guess that's just because I'm there and I knew that, I heard that a UFO crashed there and all this stuff. And the government covered it up. And people in the town, I mean, I didn't even bother to ask them about the UFO. I just kept to myself, really. Didn't say much because I wanted to get home. I wanted to get back home with my car and everything. And, uh, and I do recall that when I drove out of the next day, when I drove out of Roswell, I came down into this canyon, and in this box canyon on four sides, there was these 25 different radio telescopes, and it's what they call in New Mexico is the very large array, or the acronym is VLA. I went by the visitor center. Unfortunately, no one was there, but I did get to see where all of these telescopes are. They're literally pointing at different points of the sky, day and night, and they're on railroad tracks. So when they want to make position at night and they want to position it to a certain part of the sky or to a galaxy or something they want to see, they move these things automatically on the tracks. It's almost like a train thing. And they bring them there and then they go see it. I got to see that in the daylight. I thought that was cool, but it was weird. It was just in a box canyon surrounded by mountains, canyon walls, and everything like that, almost like a fortress. I thought it was strange. I mean, I was on the road to it and went in there and saw all this, and I went out. I didn't take any pictures or anything. I was afraid to because I was like, "Oh, now wait a second. If this is owned by the government, and I knew it was, later on I confirmed it was owned by SETI, right? The Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. So yeah, so if I had taken pictures, if I had a camera or whatever back then, I probably would have got arrested by the federal government. So, or they would have seen them or something. So, thank goodness I didn't take pictures. But I do recall in my memory exactly where it was, where I was, and what I saw. And yeah, it was strange. Yeah, strange to see that. Oh, cool. Okay. Silverwolf has
Yep,
given
so
us
that
a
is Ben's
essential
channel.
paranormal. Oh, cool.
Um,
You
you want to
mind if I
share?
copy that, Silver? Yeah, I'll copy it. I can do that from here.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. While I do that. You have to line up perfectly to copy these things.
There's so many places that I would love to like investigate. Oh, that is a creepy. Okay, so here's some more photos that he sent me of the whole cow thing. This is a very creepy photo. It's just the black cow just staring into your soul.
Wow. And there's
I
a
don't know.
fort there. Oh, that's weird. Fort Desiree. Oh, I've heard of that.
So I don't know if Ben goes like live at all or makes any other videos. So I think it's been quite a while since he has.
Yeah.
But
Oh, there's a big cow.
that is a thick cow.
That is not a fake cow. That's a huge cow. Oh, cool. Yeah, those are some crickets or no, locusts. Those some locusts. Yeah, yeah, they're all over the place. That cow was peeing.
Oh, that
Wow.
beautiful
Okay.
sky. I cannot.
Yeah. And Silver, I did sub to Central Utah Paranormal too. So yeah, he's got an interesting one there. That's a buffalo, right?
That is a buffalo.
That's a huge buffalo. Yeah.
It's a big
Now,
boy. Big boy.
when I took my trip, when I drove, uh, up there to the top of Pikes Peak, we did run across some bullhorn goats. We ran across some buffalo, just like that, black buffalo, all over the place. Yeah. So they're numerous. Yeah, they're pretty much everywhere. Yeah.
What in the world?
That's a lot of them.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, buffalo is up in Salt Lake City area, right? Yeah. Well, um,
That's nuts.
you have you ever been to Utah yourself, Silver?
No, I've
Oh,
never
okay.
been out of the state besides Florida.
Oh, okay. Well, no, that's okay. You get a chance to go to the West, go
I
travel to
would
the West.
love
There's lots of
to.
places to see. Um, but yeah, right outside of Salt Lake City is what they call Great Salt Lake. Now, it's one of the few freshwater lakes that has that's actually a saltwater lake, not a freshwater lake. It's a saltwater lake. Um, and that's from a lot of the calcium deposits, which are from the bottom, and they form up and create the salt. And yeah, and um, some of the buffalo, some of the cattle in that area, they consider it being near the lake. It's similar to uh, what a cow or a buffalo likes what they call a salt lick. And so that's what some of them, if I understand correctly, like to partake of is the salt licks, right? Which come off the edge there of the surface of the lake and near it, and yeah, everything. So, yes.
I don't blame you. And you know what's funny that you actually say that, Steve, is I am a huge fan of Lord of the Rings, so when you said that there's more than the East, I instantly thought Middle Earth.
Yeah, yeah. I think I honestly think that buffalo are the most beautiful creature I've ever seen in my travels. I love watching the buffalo, especially on a higher mountain plain on those altitudes up there. That was gorgeous. Just seeing a whole bunch of them. Yeah. I have to say I was blessed to see them, and I showed Suzanne all of California and showed her all the cattle there and the places and all that stuff. Yeah. So and then our big Angus moment. She was a big heifer, yeah. In Oregon, out of nowhere, just appears out of there.
3,000 pounds, I swear.
3,000 pounds, she said.
Still
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oof.
She's
Oh.
black.
Yeah. There we go. You going to bed, babe? Okay. I love you.
Alright.
She says good night to everybody.
Night, Susan. And good night. I should be going to bed soon myself. I cannot believe this stream has already almost been like freaking 4 hours.
I know,
It's
right?
not
I mean, this has been
usually.
amazing. This is amazing. I don't think I've done this long with you, hun.
I
Honestly.
honestly, I cannot fathom to the fact that. Well, like, okay, with Ape, um, we have been live for a lot longer than like at least 2 hours with Ape half of the time. So that I'm used to, but like ever since whatever, we're usually like an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, not past that. So
Yeah, Steve
yeah.
and Megan, yeah, they live obviously then in the mountain time zone. Yeah, they're exactly 2 hours behind us here in the East Coast. Yeah, my parents are down there in Scottsdale, Arizona, and they're 2 hours behind us too. Yeah, and then I have a relative, my sister, my one of my siblings who lives over in California, somewhere near Long Beach, and she's 3 hours behind us. So yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I know. And then, of course, when October comes in a couple months, and October comes and everything will change again over into the, fall time or the winter equinox. Yeah, yeah. So when it finally
That
lets go.
you just reminded me of something there, Mikey, and I do appreciate it, which you probably don't know of. Um, so even though, like I said earlier, that Just the Ape is not here at the moment, oh, I also cannot wait for Halloween, let alone fall either. So in September next month, on the 8th, Ape and his band are going live on stage.
Nice.
I gotta figure out exactly where, but I know he's like talked about it. Winter, long, harsh, cold winter, lots of.
Steve and I are. Steve, we need to get together sometime, man.
For
You and
real, like,
Megan for sure need to join us up here
okay.
because I want to winter too. Now Suzanne is a native Canadian, so she's used to it. But when I came here, I was like, like I said, I came from Arizona where it's over 300 days a year, 100 plus degrees, and it's terrible. It's dry heat. You know, something you have to get used to. It takes a while to get used to when you're living there, and even when you're living there, it's so hard. But when I moved here, I wanted winter. I love snow. I love snow. I go out there. I have so much fun with her and Suzanne and I, and she says, "Oh, it's so cold," but I love holding on to her and say, "Hey, I love this winter. I love the snow."
The only reason that I would, oh dear God, with your photos, you're killing me here. Um, the only reason I only want winter is just like not going around. I
Mm.
don't like being outside, let alone being on the road or trying not to die. Because of the ice and going to work and during the winter sucks. Um,
When you're out there in the countryside, and I am a bit jealous of you and Megan, Steve. Yeah, I sent you winter mountain pictures. Yeah, I'm a bit jealous of you
mm,
guys being out there, but we get it up here too in Scarborough and Toronto. Yeah, we get our share of winter. There was a time when I came here to come see Suzanne, and I was going to take her back home to visit my parents, and it was May 28th, and it was snowing in May, at near the end of May, before summer is supposed to start, and it was snow showers, and it was snowing. I'd never seen it that late ever, like in springtime, snow. I mean, I've seen snow in spring. I've been to Flagstaff, Arizona, so I know it has four seasons. It's almost snow most of the year, but it has the other three seasons, spring, summer, fall. But I mean, here it's just like, that was the first time I'd ever seen snow in May. Yeah, it was crazy. Oh, yeah, he said it snowed in April here last year when Megan's parents came to visit. Oh, I bet that was fun.
um, So I have Mikey on Facebook. So even if you wanted to, Steve, you and Mikey could chat. I can send you his Facebook and everything. You guys can go ahead and chat. I don't mind. It's a little awkward, but I don't mind. Um, Another
Yeah.
thing too is shoot.
And and he was telling me where the buffalo were in that one picture. He said was Antelope Island. They were transplanted back there in the 1800s, along with
Oh
all
yeah.
our deer. Right now, they just live there.
Uh,
That's cool. That's cool.
so
Yeah.
you probably also don't know that I'm an artist, or Steve. Mikey can tell you, and Sammy here can tell you that I do lots of digital art. If I can speak English at all, that would be nice.
For a long time, you're tired, sweetie. I am too.
I know.
Crack
I'm
down,
not
but
used
no.
to streaming for this long on the ghost channel. I'm used to a bit on my main channels, but not here.
Mhm.
That I can maybe, just maybe, mash up a lot of your photos as to like digital arts. Like I do a lot of my digital art by hand. I can send you some photos of my digital arts that I've been doing. Um, Silver told you I don't have to get twisted. I do have Discord, I just don't use it.
Yeah.
Oh, I will have to let him know.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't use Discord anymore, Steve. I used to have it, but I don't have it anymore.
I keep
All I use
have
right now is besides YouTube and StreamYard, I have Facebook. Like I said, with Silver and I were friends on Facebook, and also I have Twitter, uh, X-ray. I call it Elon Musk candlelight. Well, by the time you also rewatch this, you'll find out. I just told Silver earlier. I'm also a singer. I've been singing since 1996, so for 28 years now. So if you
uh,
sing, I sing. Yeah, I've been in a few
I don't
bands.
know if Steve actually sings. All I know is that he plays guitar. Um,
I know. I
which
just
is fine. You guys will get along just fine.
Oh, I think we will.
Um,
Yeah,
so
definitely.
I'm probably gonna end it here. This has been a
Okay.
great, fantastic stream, and I'm actually quite happy that you were able to come by.
Yeah, thank you,
On
Steve.
I have
Okay,
to
well,
train somebody tomorrow, and I'm not very happy about it.
all right, buddy.
Uh,
Well, if you play guitar, I can sing. So just saying.
you
You think of a
guys
song,
can
I
have
can
a little
probably sing it.
friends back.
Yeah, saying.
Um,
I was in a band where guy knew two guys. They could play guitar really well. One could sing and play guitar. The other one, his buddy Danny, played guitar. I played drums. I played other percussion instruments, we call it. Yeah, and we even had a lady who helped us with a keyboard. She played keyboard and piano, and yeah, fun
yeah,
stuff.
before I go, Sammy, you and I need to have a little chat, damn it. On Google. Um, don't
Well, it was
forget to
great to see
send
you too,
me,
Sammy. Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
thank you, Sammy. Yeah.
for you, Mikey, don't forget to send me your email. Mac is wanting to get in contact with you since I don't think he has Facebook. He only has Google. Um, so
Okay. You know what?
send,
I'll send you the one I'm familiar with. Um,
okay.
the email. Hold on, just a second. Let me type it out for you here. Just a second.
I think you would love to meet Mac too, Steve. He's also one of our favorite people.
Yeah. So yeah, if you want to pass it to him too. I don't
Um,
always answer my email. I'm just saying. So, but I trust you, so that's why I'm sending it to you. I don't normally send it out.
so catch me if you can in the gingerbread man. Love you too, Sammy.
Okay, that is my email. So if you want to send something there, and we'll try to take a look at it, and you know, yeah,
Um,
I don't
I
always have mail
will
sent there
do
though,
that.
but sometimes, yeah. So yeah, yeah, that's my email. So alrighty, and Silver, catch me if you can. I'm the Gingerbread Man. Steve says, good to meet you, Mikey and everyone else. But just want to thank everyone for watching our video and being so awesome. Thank you. I'm the gingerbread man. I meant, yeah, I know what you meant, Sammy. um, yeah, he says, thank you and Sandy, appreciate your support. Thank you. I'll be around though. I'm waiting to come back on, have a talk with Silver, and you know who. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, no, I'll let you guys handle that. But before we go, I just want to say to everyone, thank you so much for coming to see me and Silver tonight. We really do appreciate you guys and gals. You're all a family to us. We care about you. We love you, and hope and pray everybody does well for the rest of their the week and the rest of the month and everything. Um, and one more time, as I said before, all my streams will start my webcams on September 2nd. 4 days a week, I'll be doing different show reviews. And then on Fridays, I'll be doing Friday Night Frolics, which start at 11 p.m. Eastern Time, 10 o'clock Central, and 9 o'clock in the Mountain Time Zone, and 8 o'clock in Pacific. That will normally start after I finish or just before I finish my friend Gorilla's Random Thoughts stream. He does every Wednesday or every Friday, which covers the Waltons. So when I do that stream with him, then I'll go on like a half an hour before I start. Hopefully he's done by 11 o'clock. But if he isn't, I can always just, like I said, finish with him, then come, and it will be about a half an hour. And if it runs a little bit over past 11, I apologize. But that's what's going to happen usually is just, Monday through Thursday, then a Friday. Sometimes I will skip Fridays. And one thing I'll just quickly mention is Friday the 13th runs next month. I never do a stream on Friday the 13th. I haven't done it since last year. I haven't done it ever. I've never put out videos or anything on a Friday the 13th. I never do it. It's just a superstitious thing. I know, but it's just me. But if I do, but if I do, oh yeah. But if I do another stream on that week, it would probably be done on Saturday, which would be the 14th, which I would do it. So, but but anyway, we're all set for September 2nd through September 6th. So check out our channel. We'll also have future holiday special streams that'll be coming up all through till the end of the year. So check us out. And Silver, do you want to tell us about your channel real quick then, honey? And
Well, what I was going to say for Sammy, he forgets that I have him pretty much on everything. So yes, I can catch him. You're not hard to catch there, Croca. I don't know if I actually pronounced that correctly this time. I know Jode still refuses to say Croca, because she can't say that. Otherwise, yeah, I will try my best to stream on this channel every day as I can. I'm trying to get it back on track because you already know as to the reasons. Well, you do, Amy, so yes, I can catch you there, okay. That's pretty much all I can say. We will have some people coming up on stream, hopefully, if I get one of them. I would love to see your new studio. Studio? I don't know where that came from. I meant studio.
he says he has a new camera and studio coming soon. So yeah, when he comes up to see you, and Steve, I hope that Silver will tell me. Oh, I'm sure she will. When you come up and become a part of her stream, as long as I'm available, yeah. If she contacts me and says, "Hey, Steve's going to be up here with me. Would you like to come?" And I'll say, "Yes, of course." And I'll be up there with
It'd
you
be
guys.
interesting, for sure.
It would be, but I think it would be a fun I think it would be a really fun stream. I really do. I think it would be great. Yeah.
Now you're gonna confuse me. You wrote you got a new camera in studio, so what?
I don't know what he was saying. He says, "No, I have a studio. It's
That's
already."
what
I
you
know,
wrote in the
obviously,
first
there.
place. Come on,
It's
don't mess with my
there,
consoles like
Steve.
that.
Yeah, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to do your podcast. I mean, come on, I
For
had a
real.
one there already. Yeah. So I will
Same
check.
thing you
If
and
I get
I
a chance, I
have.
will check out more of your podcast there, Stephen Megan. Yeah, I will. Because I'm interested in like, those type of paranormal, things they have there. And I really, like I said, I really enjoyed this Axe House, the Villisca. Yeah, that was fun. Oh, you're welcome. Definitely.
I
Oh,
mean,
I see what he's saying. He needs a new computer. Oh, okay.
hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. You know, to be honest with you, with your videos now are like perfect. It
Yeah, they're good.
looks like you don't even have like a laptop or anything. You look like you're using
Yeah,
like a powerful computer. But I
yeah.
know, you know.
Well, yeah, well, Steve is just saying he can always improve. I know what you mean, Steve. Before this Silver
Perfect.
Nose, I had a 15-year-old computer that was a piece of crap and had two viruses I found on it before I got finally got rid of it. And then my lovely Suzanne was able to give me this brand new Acer computer, hardly ever used. It's 2024. It's Aspire 3. It's really nice computer. Luckily I've got a working mic built in. I got working speakers built in. Hopefully I haven't been too loud to you guys. Let us know. I mean, in
Yeah.
future when I do streams with Silver. But she's got headphones on, so she can tell. But yeah, just let me know. But yeah, like I said, I'm looking forward to our very next live stream on September 6th, which is going to be a Deadpool and Wolverine review of that movie. And I want to have Silver there. I want to have a couple of my other friends that have seen it all there to be in the panels. And Steve, since you've subscribed, thank you. You and Megan, so you're both invited. It is subscribers only, so just subscribers of our family community will be able to come in and in the chat. And I do try to respond. Silver will tell you, I do try to respond to every single comment, even if you're saying hello, hi, there, hey, whatever.
Yeah.
I do that. I do that. I'm sorry. I'm anal that way. Sorry, anal retentive. That is me. I cover everybody. I try to anyway. I know,
Yeah.
crazy me, but hey, that's what I do. It's I want to make sure that everyone is represented. That's why it's important because they're family, and I want to make sure they all get their say. Right? I just want to be able to recognize them and say, "Hey, thank you so much for coming here," and all that stuff. So, and he says he wants 4K quality. That's not a bad idea. Sure. Been through stuff. We're gonna realize it in a few months. Yeah, sure, sure. Always room. I always find it's great if you have always room for improvement. Yeah, cameras, computer, anything you might need. hmm Anything to improve your podcast and improve the quality of your channel and the information and everything you put out there. And but I have to say your editing skills are a number one, buddy. Macho macho. Yep, you're doing good, good. Yeah. Megan is proud of you. I know she is, and we were proud. We were glad, very glad to see that you hit. You knew you knew what you were talking about. You handled your research, looked through what you could. Did yeah, yes, yeah. That's a good whole stream right there. Yeah, good wholesome stream, and yeah, a lot of speculation, which is what you want because if you don't know, and I certainly don't know, so and I know Silver don't would have known most of it. So the speculation is definitely there. But as I said, when you rewatch, oh my gosh, your theory about the reference, here, yeah, your research is more than okay, sir. He's been doing this for 3 years. Oh, it's more than okay. Come on, it is. It is. Like I said, it was ironic how I came up with a theory while we were reviewing your podcast, and it matched exactly what you word for word. As soon as you came back on, blew me away. Just whoa, yeah, yeah, same theory. Yeah, exactly how you were thinking. Me, same thing. Yeah. About Reverend Kelly, I'll just say that. But it's about Reverend Kelly. Weird. Now, because Silver, you should have seen her reaction. I don't want to ruin it, but you should have seen her reaction when you started talking. I just said it.
All right.
How would I have known? I would have known. I didn't. This person, what's the first time I've ever seen the podcast in my life? And how did I know? How did I know you? You had the same thinking I did. Exactly. Come
All
on. I
right.
mean, I can't explain that unless I was telepathic and ESP to you there in Utah at the time or something. I don't know.
All right. So
I don't.
sorry to cut you off, there, but
That's
gonna end
okay.
the show here.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I gave Steve your Facebook so he can find you.
Okay.
So
Cool.
you guys can talk whenever in
Sure.
schedule, whatnot.
Sure.
I really need to go to bed, and I have, like I said, I gotta train somebody for the rest of the week, and I'm not happy about it. So,
Do you have to work tomorrow?
see you guys tomorrow.
All right. We'll see you guys. Take care, everyone. Oh, God bless.